Welcome everybody to session 3 of In a Land Not Their Own. And we begin in the home of our Dawan family, shall we say. The first rays of pink dawn stretching out over the horizon, piercing the blackness of the previous evening. Azad, you are awoken, or perhaps you were about ready to wake anyway, but you hear the voice of your wife calling to you in kind of some concern in her voice. Azad.
I don't answer those few calls for a good, she calls once, twice, 3 times. Still no answer, then there's like a crashing sound, followed by the slow footsteps. What is it, my dear?
Your wife stands before you, not in any of her numerous daytime regalia, but in a bit more perhaps comfortable garb, but not dressed for sleep, as it were. Clearly she has been out on her evening calls to devotion to her goddess, which is something that you are well aware of. You were, of course, obviously both you in your room here. The siren has returned. Seems she has sought us out. I happened upon her as I was returning to the home. She revealed, perhaps too much, to me in our brief communications. This individual, she is indeed a follower, of Helena. It is said she has some purpose here, has come with other followers of such gods who are associated with one another. Given her state and the fact that she was so loose with her tongue, I thought it best to, at least for the moment, keep her away from the eyes of these people. She has been given a cot with the servants to spend the eve here. I have no doubt there is some purpose greater to her presence here. She has given me this, and she holds out to you a metallic scroll case. I do not think she even knew what this thing is, if indeed she can even read. I do not know. She seems quite oblivious to its contents, but she carries, well, I will let you read it yourself. Does your wife know the name of the individual
Yeah.
downstairs?
I've shared that with her, yeah.
Okay. Your benefactor is mentioned here. I do not know what that thing has planned. Perhaps even you were not made aware of the entirety of his plans here. I leave the rest of the words to you to read. But she is with us, as I would not have whatever secrets she would spill come down upon our heads and bring doom to us. She is safe. We are safe for the moment for having her at least spend the evening under our roof, rather than
I take
in the
that
hut and hovel. Yeah.
I sort of look at her while she's speaking. Although I respect your decisions, Natalie, it is quite clear that you have not dealt with the Saren people much.
No.
For we have much. The things that glow, they wish to take all the time. My grandmother, her shipments, she put a great investment on a vessel, taken by the blue-skinned ones. Storm sharks, of course. I'm saying as I sort of take the thing out, and I'm like laying down, like I'm not like I walked up on all fours to answer the door, and I just sort of lay down. Obviously very tired. You have brought her into this abode. Of course, you have more wise than I am, but I will deal with this one. You say she has given us this. And for what in return?
She speaks no tongue apart from that of her people. I wished to learn some few meager words in a different language. I can provide her a few words, ask for food and water. Of no other value did she request.
You say it is a she, yes?
Yes.
She...
The same one as before.
Oh, yes, of course. Is it... do they take husbands? Where is the husband?
I do not know.
Has she spoken of this?
She has not. I have not spoken too much with her beyond the cause for her presence here and what it is she wished with myself.
Who would know with those people? They're so barbaric in their ways.
True. She seems confused that there are merely us two in charge of this abode and do not know the customs of the Siren people. But clearly they are different.
My wife, I believe that is opportunity presented to us. I say, as I'm reading and I'm looking. In exchange, I do believe we can learn something of their people, their customs, and ways to deal with them if we need our shipments brought in.
Quite true, quite true. Clearly she has no other to turn to in this place.
Yes.
None who speak the tongue of her people, apart from myself. I do not imagine many in this land would speak the tongue of the Rainmaker.
No, I do not know to speak that.
She feels, or she believes, is under the impression that we are priests or devotees of Helena. I do not know what has given her this belief.
It is a trick. She just wishes to get close to us. I am sure of this, my wife.
Well,
A strange tactic. We mustn't show too much. For all I know, she may have a group of raiders that will come for all that we have. A spy.
it is possible. Strange tactic indeed.
Hmm.
Well, surely they would have taken what was ours in their element, far from the coast. And they could easily sink our ship and make off with our lives and our goods.
Ah, yes. But our ship is fast, Melly.
Hmm.
I look at her and I sort of, seductively sort of look at her form as she stands. And then I start getting up a bit and I start dressing myself.
True. But I'm concerned that your benefactor has, it seems, made headway and has made dealings which will have surely much effect on us and our business. We
Yes.
did not even know of it.
Yes, I know, my wife. It is difficult to find trust in one such as it, but rest assured, I will do my best to comfort your anxiety in this manner.
Good.
You will be made aware of further information regarding business of our houses. This I do not mean to happen. Secrets are never to be held from us.
No doubt you will speak with it and find
I
an
will
answer
try,
to
but I
this.
do not know their tongue. As I have said, I will have to speak with my servant. I do believe a human man knows their wretched tongue.
Yes. Yes, I believe, and she names one of the house servants, a Dowan. Like you primarily have Dowan and ogre servants, correct? Do you have any other species?
Actually, my primary. I'll give you some numbers real quick. I have 6 ogre servants, 17 human servants, and 7 Dallon servants. It's mostly human I have.
Okay, in that case, the
Because ogres and Dallons eat.
mhm.
Not that rich.
Okay, then one of the human servants will be named a well, I'll leave the name to you. It's your servants. You can.
J.C. Wald is his name.
Okay. Yes,
You said it was early morning, right? So I just get dressed. And,
yes, it's early morning. It's not in the
I'm still quite very tired, but and I want to go back to sleep, but seeing my wife's, she's obviously a little bit flustered, a little bit anxious about this.
She's clearly more anxious. It's not the the siren that bothers her. It's the
Hiding
yes.
this thing, yeah.
Yeah, and
Something she didn't know, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what the the note says, and it is in Shish, and it is you're reading it, and it's clear, almost immediately. This, it wasn't written by um, the
Cheyenne.
yeah, not by a Cheyenne, and certainly not by this siren. It was a letter to your benefactor from a Vaigish named Sirsin Omiraz, informing that himself and two other individuals would be, or sort of on their way from lands beyond to the west, and basically saying that he will be guiding safely and as sort of covertly as possible a I don't know if you are aware of this species, but in well,
I've
you've
known
clearly
about the
seen one
Vaigish.
now in Iran by the name of Tuholix, and a siren female by the name of Nazvalganasht. And implies that once they have arrived, he will meet with your master to give a status, as it were. But this is basically a
Like an envoy's being sent, and
yes.
All right, so I read this carefully. I'm slowly sort of wake up, as I'm reading it. I reread it like twice. The second time I'm a bit more sort of woken up. Second time I have my clothes on, and they're just sort of a simple green robe. And then I go immediately to this siren, and I leave my chamber, and I immediately address the siren that is the siren pirate that
Yeah.
really is trying to take my things.
Thankfully, your servants have keen eyes, as they have prevented any such theft as our viewers will recall from last session, and we'll sort of meld into the how last session ended. It is you, your wife, and this wayfish siren female
So I
sitting
think
before your. Go ahead.
so I think where you last left off, I was entering the room, right?
Yes, exactly.
Is it like a dinner meal, or is it just like a meeting? Like, oh, meet my husband kind of thing.
Um,
They were
It's-
serving breakfast. I don't know.
Okay. So
yeah.
I walk in, with wearing just a nice green robe around my neck. I got a necklace with 4 triangular pieces of gold with a hole punched through it at one of its corners, and I have like 2 rings on my left hand, and 1 ring on my right thumb. They're made of gold, of course. What else? The one of the fingers on my left hand has a brilliant sapphire laid into it. Of course, being a particular band of mine that I keep close. But I enter on in, and I just sort of saunter a bit. But I look at you, kind of a bit of, just a big tiger looking at you. There's really no sort of emotion that's obvious conveyed. But I sit down next to my wife, and I look at you, and I sort of put my hands on the table, and I sort of look directly at you, trying to get a read of you. And as I look at you, my eyes, which are very very sort of vivid, this amber color, seems to get a bit lighter. Perhaps it's just the light streaming in, but it takes on a slight golden shine to it. The irises around my pupil as I sort of look at you. You get an odd sense that I'm looking through you almost, as I use one of my rituals, Mystic Auras. I want to see if there's anything about this siren.
Mm.
You could tell me.
Do you have to roll for that, or?
No, it's just
No.
I just see like an aura. I don't know.
Okay.
I need to roll like if I need to identify like what type.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's nothing like magical or mystical about.
Oh yeah,
the siren
I
before you.
can't. It's only mystical. Yeah, I can't even detect.
Yeah.
If you were.
Okay. Well, yes. There is. She is not a priest or anything. You can tell that. But what you can also tell is, I mean, if you're paying attention and you're not just looking for the mystical qualities of the siren, is that she is very impressed by your jewelry, and not so much your clothing, but your jewelry is definitely impresses her a lot. Like as soon as you walk in, my eyes kind of get a little bit bigger as this radiant gold just kind of like lights up the room. But like she does her best to calm herself. Like she's like, "Oh wow, this is so opulent," and then she tries to calm herself down and project confidence. She tries to project that she's your equal, even though like clearly she's not. I mean, she's sitting there. She's got some like rags tied around her chest and some rags tied around her waist. Like that's all of her clothing. But she is incredibly attractive. Like even for the Dawan, who is not going to be probably appreciating the form of someone who's not a tiger, she is she's going to have this sort of face, this sort of body that even you can appreciate. Her hair, her feathers are radiant purple and reds, and they cascade down her back, so that you get like a huge appreciation for like that jolt of color above her blue skin. And she stands there. She's like she sees you eyeing her. She meets your gaze with her own golden brown eyes, and she says, "Ah, what you here for? I see you before. You cast me out."
I look at you and you see me like as you start speaking. I look to my left and I gesture with my hand. And this dark-skinned gentleman, a human man, just wearing a nice simple like quilted clothing, walks and like stands to my left. And he kind of you see him sort of bend down and speak. As he's speaking to me, I'm looking at you, and then I'll say, "Gushama," I'll speak and so on. But my apologies. I had taken you as someone else.
This is unacceptable. When someone comes to you, they ask you for help. You cast them out. You say, "No, you do not deserve help. I know help you." This is not hospitable. What is this? This is Fatash's teachings, not your God.
I see. But I am sure with your eyes you could see in my abode that there is much to be taken, much to be coveted, much to be wanted by those that do not have as much as I, and of course, you must be a bit more guarded.
Yes, I see. And I'm like, I kind of like, I'm already sitting pretty straight, but like I perk up a little bit more because like obviously he thinks of me as a threat. So like I must be like doing a pretty good job of projecting that. So like I'm excited by this. And I say, yes, I see. These you You and the other Nali, what is your relation? She bring you over.
We are the lord and lady of this house. She is my wife.
I see. She's these. My condolences for your other wife. It is your wife did not seem she did not want to discuss it. You need not bring it up, but I apologize. It is very sad.
Yeah, when you say that, you see me like look at the servant, kind of like, and he kind of like shrugs his shoulders. Yeah. Thank you. But you, by the wisdom of my wife, has shown you to your quarters a place to rest. But I assume this is proper to your liking.
It is fine.
Good.
We appreciate your hospitality.
We.
Yes.
There's more of you.
My daughter, Sana.
Where's your daughter?
She's sleeping.
You see me look at my wife, and then I look back at you, and then I continue speaking. Now, I'm sure you may not be aware of how our arrangement may work or proceed from here. You have given my wife something of value, and in turn you have given me something of value. To this I appreciate, and I have given you now my hospitality. But upon our further relations, I will ask for one thing. If you wish to stay here safe, for that is what I offer you and your daughter, safety. In turn, I would like for you to share your people's language, your culture, where you live, your nearest colony on the coast, and the customs of how to deal with such.
You pay them tribute, they let you pass. This is common. Yes?
Yes, but surely by the color of your plumage and your appearance, you can sway their opinion.
Ye I can do what I can help if you need this.
How long have you been here?
2 days. 3.
You see me look at my wife, and then back at you. Well then, this agreement is on weak pillars. I ask for you to know the others of your Stormshock brethren of the coast, and yet you've only been here for 3 days. Have you seen others?
No, I tried to find them. I see none. People here, they do not look upon me kindly.
It's a shame, truly.
Yes.
But perhaps it would seem that you and I are strangers in this world, this land that we find ourselves in. I'll give you 2 chains. 2 chains you have to find your Siren brethren. Find and see if there are any colonies here. If there are no colonies, that is perfectly fine. But I would need to know your people's culture, your raiding habits. What sea routes are safe? This is what I ask of you in exchange for your housing here. Of course, what I offer you here is housing, protection, food, which you do not need to go out and hunt for. No, 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 no.
Where you get your food?
Well, we have some food in our stocks. You eat fish,
Yes,
yes?
yes. Where you get your fish?
Ah, from the coast, of course. The local farmers and
Ugh,
fishermen have donated some.
they know nothing. Do not take their fish. I fish for you.
Hmm.
Th-
I will not have one of my guests be that of a simple fisherman. No, 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 no. If you are going to be here as my guest, you will stay here with comfort. There'll be no more hardships.
This, surely you jest. There is always hardship. Come, I will fish for you. They, they do not even know how to tie a net. I find a net yesterday in the water. It ripped up. They do not know to bring it in to repair it. They just leave it in the sea.
Hmm.
Fools.
And then I look at my wife. Then I look at you, and you see me just sort of nod a bit, and I just slowly stand up and leave. I just leave, as if that's all I wanted to hear.
Alright, well, I mean, I'm not really in a position to like get up and follow you or anything. So I mean, I like look over to Nali and I say, this one is strange. Yes, he wished to make deal after deal is struck. Come, teach me.
We both may seem strange to the other, but it is a feeling bred only by the newness of our relationship. One does not become friend with another individual upon first meeting. We are both very different people, but that difference could strengthen us both. You have knowledge and skills, no doubt, that my husband and I do not possess. Do not dwell upon what you might perceive as strange. Enjoy the comforts of our hospitality for the moment. Azad will return to you when he has more to say.
All
But
right, well,
enough of such pleasantries. No doubt you wish to learn something of what I have promised to you.
as like every time they keep on talking about like appreciating like their comforts and like hospitality,
Mhm.
like I just keep on getting more and more nervous. I start showing it a little bit because like clearly this is a trap. Like nobody no like nobody experiences like comfort and anything like that. You know, like every time I like think that I'm safe, you know, something horrible happens to me. So like I just keep on getting more and more worried as they keep on doing it. Like, you know, she can probably hear me like tapping my claws on the wood floor of the longhouse as I'm sitting here like, okay, all right, when's the other when's the other shoe gonna drop here? But yes, yes, come teach.
And she will sort of begin, not like in a, you know, this you're still sort of a conversation is still what you're having, but perhaps more to allay your confusion and your uh, suspicions. She um, this this is how you ask for food, for water. some brief little, an American's guide to, traveling in Kvegathale, sort of, this is not, she's not stopping what she's doing and devoting, her undivided attention to you at the present moment to, here's Thraxa 101, classes in session. There's just, here's some key phrases that you should know. No, it's Ekshaktikonde. Yes, you must speak from it from at the back of your throat. You must, that sort of deal. But as that continues, we will just quickly see what Azad. Where do you go?
Oh well, I having spoken what I need to speak to this siren.
Okay.
I don't personally. I don't really like speaking to what I perceive as an enemy. Something for most of my life I've heard not so good things about. For my grandmother and my other my family. But I left that scene and I went to to do my own studies as it is as I have not this day. But I go to my benefactor, and that's where I do my studies, and I also give him the note of the envoy. And I don't. I mean, it's his business, where I respect that. So I don't like poke and pry. Who's this, who's that, But there are like slight sort of body language things that I do. Seeing if this thing will register it, but I like to make him know of my sort of unpleasant nature. Of like I don't like not being told, what's going on. The whole picture. Thinking that he was holding secrets, and I sort of take the anxiety that my wife sort of put on me when I woke up, and I'm like putting it on him,
Right.
kind of thing. But I don't yell at him or anything like that.
Right.
Like I'll put a book down, like when I take a book, I'll kind of drop it down onto the table next to him, like to interrupt his study, and I'll sit down. Oh, did I interrupt you? Kind of thing.
Okay.
Kind of the passive aggressive kind of thing. But that's really it.
Okay. Okay. So we will leave that for the moment. You continue your studies, and while you're doing your own thing down there, he does not say anything to you or register to your passive aggressive. Although you're sure that it's registered. You're quite certain of that. But for the however long it is that you do your studies and your preparations and
just usual studies,
okay.
Theological studies, really.
Okay. So while that's going on, so Nazvag, you are taught some basic things, more that you can say these things based on rote memorization. You don't, of course, you don't have any comprehension of the language really. Like this is how you say please give food, or thank you, please. These common things you might need to say to be understood. You can speak them based off of memorization of sounds, but that's what still they are at this point, sounds. But perhaps if you are in dire straits, you may now be able to ask for food if you have need of it. But that goes on for perhaps, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, before Nali stands up. Your sort of food having long been sort of taken. If you wanted any more, you would of course have been offered as much as you like. But she stands up and brushes herself off. I believe that is enough for the moment. If you'll excuse me, I have some other business I must attend to. We all must work to see that we are accepted well in this strange place. You have told already of how the people look upon you with a lack of kindness in their eyes. It is such gazes that I wish to prevent for myself and my household here. And to do
I
that,
go with you. Yes? We both go and meet the people. Yes?
what do you think you can offer or provide that would enamor the people to myself? Do you have perhaps skills or a trade that you could provide? Perhaps
I fish. Yes. I sing.
you fish. There are many fishermen and women. You have seen them, no
fools.
doubt.
They
Well,
do not know the sea. They know the land. They go on boats. This is not the way.
Where do you come from, my dear?
Inasht is my name. Yes? Nasvog Inasht.
Yes. I am not familiar with this colony. No doubt a settlement of your people. Where is this? Which ocean, which area of the ocean do you come from? No doubt you must have come from very far.
We watch the Isles of Reflection.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Tell me more of that. If you are from such an area, we are not quite so far from the Isles of Reflection. Indeed, the Isles are part of this kingdom.
It is a dangerous place. You do not go there. Dark things rest on the Isles. We keep them from...
She's sort of getting ready herself and is listening to you as sort of she's doing her own thing, getting ready to leave. What sorts of things?
You not like them. It is you need not speak of them. We keep them from coming to get you. Yes. We watch the Isles.
As my husband has said, there are many sea routes, many such trade paths must go near and perhaps at times between the different isles. How many people have you there on this Anasht? Are there any other colonies that you are aware of? Surely you must have traded with other Siren towns, settlements, perhaps on the Isles of Reflection itself, or maybe upon the south of the peninsula. Perhaps even Milica, you might have traveled
We
to.
do not go on the islands. The three islands themselves, we do not go on unless we need to raid them because they cause trouble. You see.
Hmm.
Otherwise, we stay on the sea. Inusht is below the waves and above the waves. Yes.
Upon the coast.
No. It is below the waves and above the waves.
How so?
And so she's like, well, obviously it's under the water and on top of the water. So she like
Like a fleet
yeah,
of
so
ships?
she'll like reach over and grab one of the bowls that the Darwin used to drink out of, and it's probably got some wine in it or something like that. And I'll stick my hand in and I say, see, and I stick my hand to the bottom and I say, see, below the waves. And then I like put my hand on the top, like resting it on. Say, see, above the waves. Yes. Both.
She thinks for a moment. How many of your people are in this settlement? Perhaps you could approach them and tell them of myself and of...
This would be difficult.
Why do you say that? It
They.
is some distance away, but we have carts and optelangs, and you have seen our ship. We can arrange for others if the need or the benefit is great enough.
I have duties, remember? Yes. I work for Helena now. I cannot go on long voyage.
Yes. Well,
You know this.
as you have said, I would caution you against speaking that name. Just as people look upon you unkindly, people have quite a reputation for being raiders and pirates. That divinity likewise has a grim reputation in these lands. I do not think they would look upon you with any greater kindness if you made it known.
I do not wish to speak to them anyway. It is fine. They do not appreciate me. They do not take us in. This is fine. They let monsters walk their streets. This is fine. I do not need to talk to them.
You said you could sing.
Yes.
Sing for me. I wish to hear.
What do you wish me to sing of?
Sing of the splendors of the sea and the bounty that is provided on the waves of such rolling landscapes, of the bounty of the ocean and what it can offer.
All right.
People have many such tales and songs.
So she interprets that as just like, a fishing song. So she's going to, she stands up, straight, like sort of clear her breathing and everything like that. And she closes her eyes and she starts to sing one of the songs of the sea that her mother had taught her to try to attract more of the fish to come to them. So it's not a song with words. so much as it is like, just a constant melody. It starts low and it kind of builds up. And hearing it, you can feel the pulse of the waves. You can feel, you can feel the seaweed kind of waving in this aquatic breeze. You can and you feel a call home. And that's obviously how you trick the fish into coming to you. You don't give them bait. You don't just take a net and just drag it. No, you make them know that they're home. You make them know that they're safe, so that you can grab them and catch them. And so she does it. I don't know. Do you want me to roll this, or
just to see? Roll me a sing check just to see sort of how amazing, what an amazing impression you make of.
Okay, well, it's not gonna be that great, but
it's fine. You got fortes and all this singing.
yeah. So that is 15.
Okay. So you sing
I mean,
this.
she's not trying to sing too loud because she doesn't want to wake up Sanem.
Right.
Like,
but in the way
enough to get an impression.
Yeah, and the way you've described it, even though Nali obviously speaks Batashan, the fact that it's sort of a wordless thing. It's a melody. It's a vowel-y sort of how I'm envisioning what you're telling me in this sort of entrancing. You're clearly you're an excellent singer, and it definitely has that effect that you have described upon your Dawan companion. Perhaps that's too equal of a relationship, but
this is how we fish. Yes, they do not know this.
You sing quite well. Your people's namesake is aptly named. Very well. If you wish to come with me upon my rounds to the town, to the people here, sing your songs. Sing the tales and ballads of your people, or whatever such things you know. Your voice will be a comfort to myself and to those whom we will go and visit. But I cannot have you wearing such things if you are to accompany me here. Allow me to provide you with some more suitable garmentry that will show off more of your own beauty. And surely if you are to stand in my entourage, you should match the status with which this household holds itself. She sort of gestures to one of the servants, speaks out in some language you don't know, and soon returns with some it may not seem like clothes to you, not that clothes are even of particular importance to you, but more like sort of ribbons of fabric, not like pants and a shirt, something that's like fitted to someone as clearly ogres, Dowans, and humans, if such things would not fit you quite normally. But yes, I believe this coloration would work with your complexion best. And there's a couple different vivid fabrics which are sort of laid out cast aside those rags, my dear. You should compose yourself with something more fine than that. I think you will find the eyes of the people here they may not turn to you with kindness just yet, but look upon you with more respect if you look the part.
All right. So as she's like insulting my clothing, I'm just kind of like looking at her like, bitch, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what's wrong with my clothes? And then like as she brings out all these nice clothes, I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this, but it does seem nice. So, and I have like nice things, so I guess like.
Yeah,
So like I just kind of stare at it like helpless because I don't know how I'm supposed to put this on, where it's supposed to go. I don't really have a lot of experience wearing clothing, so.
Seeing your frustration. There's another sort of a human female, one of perhaps one of Nali's servants who might help her with such things, who obviously can't understand. He looks at you with some trepidation, getting close. My servant here will show you the proper way to garb yourself in these fabrics, which I'm quite sure you will find far more pleasing both to your skin and to your eye. Is this acceptable to you?
This is what must be done. This is fine.
Yes, it is. So, you are dressed by this human, since you don't know how to wear it, and it is not anywhere near as resplendent as Azad or as Nali. No jewelry is given to you. This isn't a gold weave.
Yeah, I'm disappointed about that. Like, I was hoping to get some nice rings.
Yeah.
To wear out.
We'll see how it goes. But there are you're dressed in a somewhat similar manner to Nali, not quite as voluminous. There's more skin showing for you, whether that's intentional or the fact that maybe this is just fabric that might, is not part of an existing outfit, or just doing the best we can here. Is well, you don't know, and you likely don't care, but you are dressed well as one of the as an appropriate garment of one of the servants of Nali, one of the members of her own entourage, who you've seen obviously walking and milling about throughout this house, but the people you saw guiding and carrying the palanquin and escorting her the evening before, and always at all times guarding the doors, that standard of opulence you find wrapped about you, and it is very smooth and diaphanous material, which is, maybe you like that, maybe you don't like that, but the fabric is obviously quite fine. It's I have no doubt quite strange of a sensation for you to be wearing that much clothes, but it's you interpret it how you do. Mm.
Well,
But
as they're like going out and heading out to go into the town, like she's clearly like pulling like because she's uncomfortable. She's like pulling a strap because it's like like I'm not used to having this sort of thing on, like I'm Sinem will be like playing with like whatever loose pieces of a tassel or loose pieces of fabric that are hanging out because like she's not experienced anything like that and it's like kind of shiny and like it feels interesting so like obviously the baby is going to be like super into that but I mean Nez is gonna play it like she's gonna play it cool like she knows like she's totally down with this even though clearly she's never worn anything like this in her life.
okay. So you head out as part of in the morning sun. You leave the household as part of the entourage of Nali, being asked to sing the sweet music that emanates from your voice. Very skilled individual you are at the music of song. While that happens, we'll switch to the two allies. Mighty Stone Man and his ogre companion, ally. You were walking towards the town.
We were spending some time among the fields as we had discussed all of the gifts of Sansero,
Right.
and I was intrigued by this thing called the peach, and I thought, or maybe even hoped to a degree, that they grew somewhere among these great orcish gardens and fields. And while I did convince myself or tell myself in my mind that I am walking around these places to see if the taint is here, if there is contaminated beings that need to be removed so that their erosion cannot take this community. But in the back of my mind there was that tiny hope, that glimmer of maybe I will find a peach, maybe I will taste it. So I have been walking around in my very slow pace, not disturbing any of the farmers, whatever species they might be, but just looking around at what's growing. I have some grades of outdoorsman, though being the being that I am not that very concerned overtly with plants and their properties, as I don't poisons react very differently to my body, and I'm not even certain I would entirely comprehend what would be poisonous or utterly inedible to many species and such. But I have been walking around and looking for taint and perhaps a peach, while Avatrov has been near me, maybe just followed me around to a degree that would depend on its desire to perhaps go to the farmers and proselytize the faith of Sansero. But I have been checking around, and have I found something that I would be able to say is tainted or some such? I'm not going on a witch hunt or a monster hunt per
Right.
se, but I do look for the various tracks, and when I see groups of individuals, I do look at them with my radar for the taint.
Mm-hmm. You looking about and walking across these fields, and many, not all, but many of the fields are planted. Wherever the crops are have been planted and are well into the growing process. So many of the farmers here are mainly tending to the fields, keeping weeds out, making sure the dirt is such to promote the most growth, providing tending to the plants. No harvesting that you can see is going on right now, and there's many satyrs, some humans, and a fair number of orcs. Traipsing about. You see many tracks of optalangs and other pack animals used to plow the fields or to provide farming duties, carrying carts and wagons filled with seeds or other such things. No sign of taint at all on this morning. You look at groups of farmers or travelers walking down the road, and there are many travelers, as I have said before, and indeed many of the farmers are bringing like stored crops from perhaps the their silos and stores that are stocked right now, moving them down towards the town where you can see that additional level of activity going on, but nowhere do you sense any taint. Nothing seems wrong about this place. It seems quite pastoral. Unfortunately, what meager description you were provided as to what a peach is and how a peach grows, you don't see any trees that seem to grow anything in any of these fields. So unfortunately, many of these fields seem peachless. Though you may not know what these are, but again, you see fields that have great stalks of green rising out of the ground, vines, grapes, bushes that are growing some variety of berries, little plants that seem to just stretch leaves that rest on the ground themselves, whatever fruit or vegetable being grown beneath the ground. All these sorts of things you see, but
I look around this community, and the fact that I don't find anything that is tainted, well, it doesn't fill me with ease as other species would interpret that emotion, but some form of confidence of myself and my purpose fill me, as this area seems clean, that I have done my duties, or other Arans have done their duties, so that places like this have not fallen to the monsters. But one must be ever vigilant lest they come and corrode what has been built. On occasion, I do walk around and also look with my ghostly gift of roused. If there would be any ghosts around, I would hear or see them. But again, I don't make any big action. I don't talk with any of the farmers unless one of them would come forth and start asking me things, and even then I might not even respond verbally.
No, I mean, unless you go into their fields and start poking at their crops. A lot of people seem to give you quite a wide berth, which is something you're very familiar with. It's a usual interaction with you, which is a lack of interaction.
At most, I might at one point walk in on a field that has particularly great amounts of crops or plants growing upon it, and I then take a clawful of the soil and the loam and just sniff it and then eat it. Not the fruits or what's growing, but the soil.
Right.
and take mouthfuls of that and drain it of nutrients as it fills my rocky belly. And then I keep walking around.
Are you keeping to the fields, or are you just sort of making a circuit, like around?
For the moment, I'm keeping it to the various fields because I was enticed of that possibility of perhaps finding the peach.
Okay. You for a long while, you wander about these fields in such a different place than any you've really traveled in before. Such, what would seem to be a nice area is rather unfamiliar to you. You rarely travel to such places where there seems to be such a lack of problems. And the scene is very much like has been described earlier. But give me a perception check, if you will, as you do so, as the minutes pass on into half an hour and 45 minutes and longer. It takes, of course, you quite some time, as you've said before. Here, that silver, it's even longer still, as your silvered leg sort of sinks very deep into the tilled earth here, and you have to really lift your maimed leg to. It's like kind of like walking in snow. For you, you weigh so much.
I make very certain to stay clear of any patch of or any place or field that has very wet soil or loam in it, because that fills me with that, like, the only instinctual dread an Aran has, and that is the dread of sinking.
Okay. 15, you said?
Yes.
Okay. You're looking about. This is much time has elapsed. You and Abachov just keeping to yourself and taking in the sights and the smells of this place. But you, Daholics, you don't see anything. You sense, with that non-visual sense, that sixth sense that you have. You don't feel the presence of contaminated or anything unwholesome, but like a breeze, or like someone or something sort of traveling by you into the, this is all metaphorical, but like, you don't have hair, but the hair raises slightly, not in fear, but of someone passed me by, or eyes on me, or something like that. You feel occasionally the presence of something from sort of beyond the other side of ghosts or such things. Not like close by, not manifesting you. It doesn't seem to be danger or anything, just around, in the area, in the region, not before you, but ghostly presences, sort of just like, moving past ever so slightly, and then kind of fading again. You don't see anything, but that's something that you feel, which is odd. You haven't felt that since being here.
At those moments, I almost completely stop and stand still, only moving my rocky head to look around. At maybe one point I would bend down and take some more of the dirt and soil and taste it in my mouth, thinking perhaps that, are these
I
is there a
jump in.
graveyard around and some such?
There's no graveyards that you can see.
As,
But I
as
keep
you were doing
thinking that maybe there is.
As you were doing that, like Avachov had been following you with his book, walking very slowly to be even slower than you, and he seems to already have been able to accomplish that rhythm. And when you like stopped, because if I understood correctly, you stopped a minute and then did that, right?
Yeah, I just look around, gazing as if I was searching for something.
I was looking at the book and then I. Oh, is there a problem? 2 weeks.
And when you ask that, you see me down on the ground, taking piles, small piles of dirt and tasting it. Maybe even digging up a pebble or some such. As I look out upon these fields with my great knowledge of funerary practices of many species, and orcs definitely included in them, I know that it is a common thing, or at least that they bury people, not necessarily their elders or the entirety of the body in these fields, but I know that they do bury corpses in the fields where they grow a lot of stuff. So I look out on these orchards, these vast orchards, and think if there are restless dead in these fields and barrows. And again, that silvery glow comes to my eyes as I now focus even harder to see if there is a ghostly presence here, if there is someone in need of assistance buried here.
As you did that, like when you tasted the earth, I looked puzzled at you at first, and then I crouched. And I asked while I tried to kind of mimic what you were doing and put my book kind of with some anxiousness on my satchel, and I say, "Is this a enforcer skill that you know of?" And I take, like I'm trying to do the same thing you did, and I taste the earth. What are we? How should it tasting like? And I look at you with great admiration or curiosity.
And you see a silver glow to the cracks where my eyes would be if I was made of flesh. Not a strong lantern-like glow, but dull-ish. But it's still noticeable that there is a glow coming from inside my rocky form through those cracks in my face. As I gaze out over the fields and barrows, I don't respond verbally.
Well, I don't think I have those. Is this something you can do because of your rock form?
I nod at that.
This is Avachov is asking you, what's going on here? Your awareness is heightened. You see in the distance, it's very brief, just as the feelings you're feeling are very brief. And now that you're paying attention, it's not like something that's rising in intensity, like in a matter of seconds, things are getting more potent, but you can detect a sort of slow escalation of this feeling that you have. And over in the distance, across one of the fields, you see, too far for you to make out details, but you see kind of like a brief sheen of of silver white, like that of your own eyes when you look past the veil of life, like a ribbon of milky silver before, again, like a ribbon in the wind, sort of, it dissipates or disappears. Not like the ghost is being destroyed, but like manifesting for a brief moment, and after a minute, you see something like that again on one of the roads, moving. Almost it would look in the wind, which it isn't windy, but there is a slight breeze blowing. And you see this with sort of increasing frequency. You see many such things sort of like moving across the fields, like being carried in a tide, like driftwood on the top of an ocean, being carried along through the currents of the water. You see this. They're definitely ghosts, for certain, but nothing is appearing right like before you.
I stand at that and look out a bit more around me. Some more of that glow from my head trails down slightly on more cracks around what would be a throat and down towards the shoulders, but then dissipating, going fainter and fainter and disappearing at what would be biceps upon a man or woman, as I keep looking out here. And then seeing the confusion on Avachov's face. I assume it's an expression I appear to strike in many a creature just by being near them. I look towards you and hold out a claw pointing to these fields. Many dead linger. I must guard their passage. And then I walk out into the field slowly, and keeping my silvery glow to my face as I follow this stream wherever it goes. Making sure that no foul spirit would interfere with the work of psychopomps.
I merely nodded at that and follow you. Still kind of confused and a bit melancholic still. I was trying to focus on the reading to ward off those feelings of sadness, and right now I'm having the creepy smile again because I'm self-conscious and I'm thinking about the people. I'm looking around and I don't know how many people actually look like they're physically smiling, and of course in Sansorheim I was used to everyone physically smiling all the time.
No one's really smiling. No one's frowning either. People seem to be just normal. But you do.
I'm just like.
Right.
I'm just surrounded with miserable people. This is an opportunity to serve a Sansero. She has chosen me, and she knows best what vessel of her can do best each job. I'm trying to keep this in my mind to ward the sadness away from feeling kind of very lonely. And I have the creepy smile, and I'm thinking, I show them what a smile really is, even when they're miserable. but I kind of look at people, and if anyone looks at me, I'm gonna actually like just look at them back like this is a smile, but it looks horrible because I see them like, and especially if they react to me, it's like, you know, probably becomes creepier. But I just follow
Yeah.
Tahulix.
And you both walk towards the center of this community. As you can see the ghost. It's not a torrent of them, but there's more than a couple, which is more than is usual in any given area. Going towards towards the center of the town, and same thing with the living here. Many people are being drawn to the center here, and as the closer you get, the more loud the cacophony of a settlement is, and you can feel a kind of an energy in the air, like the energy of like people, like this isn't just a a normal Tuesday. At least it doesn't seem like it to you. And you make your way, I think, closer than you've been before. You see in between the various buildings, like I said, those cairns, those stone fingers kind of jutting up at different places. And the ground is still sort of undulates, as like nothing is paved, really, like flat, like a modern settlement might be. Things sort of bulldozed and steamrolled flat. There are a significant number of people, of orcs, humans, of satyrs, even a few. I don't know if any of you have certainly Avachov, you have not seen such creatures. Tahulix, you might have. Even a couple small little creatures with antennas coming off of their foreheads, sprites, mingling and gathering about. You see barrels and boxes and things being set up, and like I said, there's strands of fabric going across these the roofs of different buildings. You see the distance. It's a lot closer now, but looks like a circle of stones jutting up from the ground at an angle, and there's different ropes and colored ribbons tied across each into perhaps some pattern. You're not sure. As you get closer past these throngs of people, and Avachov, you're giving this smile, and people are definitely fearful of you in particular, and you as well, Tahulix. If you're keeping that illumination going, people give you a very wide berth. In fact, whole areas of the street kind of expand with your passing. No one accosts you, no one approaches you, but people definitely avoid you, like for sure.
I tell Tahulix, I don't know how you bear with this so long. I think I'm trying actually to be low voice, and for my usual, it's definitely low voice. Talking in tracks as usual, and crouching like to say close to Tahulix's head. Saying, I don't know how you bear with this. I think you are used to it, but if you had ever seen Sanserheim, you would understand that all of these people are miserable, and they become even more miserable, hateful, and jealous when they see true happiness. It is it's painful to see. I wish you knew of Sanserheim and you could feel Sansero more keenly, so that you would understand this.
I keep looking around and I stop, following my eyes with the silvery wisps that's partially in the ghost lands as I understood it. And then I stop when Avachov speaks of this. Again, he speaks of happiness and loneliness and the anguish of not knowing love. Several of these concepts and emotions that for a moment I stop and I genuinely try to process what he's saying, try to understand this happiness, this love, the loneliness. Loneliness I know of often. I am alone, though I have never pondered it as such. And I look up towards you, the silvery cracks that glow in my face. Not again, the face of an Aran is always hard to read, for barely ever do they display emotion, or what mammalians would call emotion. But I stare at you for a good 10 seconds. I wish I knew these things you spoke of. I know their words. They have meaning, but I don't grasp how you say it.
When you say that, because of course you've been quite a quiet companion. I look at you the moment you were silent, and then when you spoke and you spoke of this, I nod and I say, I promise you that after we're done with this enforcing, I will, if you may, I can go with you and show you where is Zanzerhim so that you will know. It is great that you want to know. It is great. It is great. I am proud of you, my ally. It is very great. I'm gonna try not to look at these people too much because I see it upsets them greatly. The jealousy, it just rattles them too much. I think it's just. I think it's like when you have a place full of the I saw in the temples. Now I'm like talking to you, and I'm trying to be loud voice, but I'm probably talking like the average volume of people maybe, and very close to your what would normally be an ear. And I say, I remember sometimes we go to the temple and they are keeping the temple clean, and sometimes they on the gold statues when they killing them and the dust comes to the air and you saw the gold and the gold was perfect, but then you clean it and the dust comes out, and it is just when you clean the gold that you see that there was dust. And if you didn't know any better, you could think that the dust was in the brush, but it was not the brush. It was that the dust was already there and you were cleaning. And I think it upsets them that right now my happiness is like a brush, because it's the happiness of Sanzero. And when I look at them, it just comes out all the dust, because there's not a lot of dust in the temple and the statue. They're very clean. But I'm sure they take no, have never been brushed their hearts and their emotions. So it must be very, very upsetting for them. I should be more cautious, but I think Sanzero has brought this up to me, and I'll be more careful. It must be very painful. Hopefully, we will do our job here the best we can, so we can soon bring these people. Thank you. You are a great listener. To hope you greatly for that, and I did raise my voice and kind of came off like your ear, or what where normally an ear would be. As I said that, and I'm actually again like kind of cheerful, and I'm gonna deliberately avoid looking people at their faces because it just upsets them, upsets me more than anything. It upsets me to look at them, behave in such a manner and be so ignorant of their misery. So I just take out again my barber book, and I look at it, very like close to my pecs, and I'm actually kind of used to being a bit of a hunch or very of a hunch and trying to look less menacing right now as I read, kind of humble, kind of meek.
I don't comment on the things you say towards me, but after we've been staying still for a couple of seconds, maybe half a minute, I keep on walking and follow these white silvery wisps, pondering some more on these concepts Avachov keeps bringing up, this happiness it claims to permeate the very being and fiber of all that is touched by this Sanzero, and even further, that tiny curiosity grows in the back of my mind to see this place, this Sanzerheim, for I do not find it in the past memories of the one that spawned me and the one that spawned it and the one that spawned it before that. We do not know this name Sanzerheim and what it entails, and that should be remedied. I should see it. But now I follow the wisps.
And you just, and with the very loud voice, booming voice, even talking, just inches away from your head, the booming voice of Avachov and the growling, grumbling sound that your own voice makes, sort of made the tide of people sort of back a bit even further away, and in the comparative silence as you look out again, you in particular, Holix, you're perceiving such things. You hear not far away murmuring tongues, groaning, sort of guttural chanting being vocalized. Perhaps some dozens of yards away, and as you follow these things, you see before you there's it's not a square. The town isn't sort of built along grid lines basically, but there's just a natural area where not any buildings have been erected, which seems to serve as kind of like a town square or a commons. And there's still people here doing whatever it is they're doing. Clearly there's some event that's going to happen. But you see nearby you on the far side, sort of the sound that's you're honing into, you see that same orc and that same entourage from earlier in the morning, as the first rays of the sun were touching upon the shore. That group of orcs, carrying, wading out into the water. You see that group again, performing some sort of incantation or something. You're not entirely sure. That dish, that bowl of water with that large conch shell inside, you see is upon the ground nearby. You see more objects of perhaps spiritual significance. This isn't where all the spirits are the ghosts are going, but you see this sort of is something that's quite obvious to you. There's some additional ritual or something going on, but the ghosts, and you can see clearly now that they are orcs, humans, a couple satyrs, hover about this area, again sort of fading in and out, and no one seems concerned about this, whether they, which perhaps makes sense. Most people can't see ghosts, but no one is sort of perturbed by such a close concentration of ghostly creatures about, if they can even see such things. And you're in here and you hear other languages being spoken, guttural chants on other sides of this sort of open area in the middle of this town. And right in the center, you see, it's like dirt has been excavated. Not a huge amount, but again, there's no paved roads here. But dirt has been dug out from the center of this area, and you can see a small rim of stones, a circle, a perfect circle. You see people bringing jugs of water and filling this this hole that's been dug out of the ground up with water. About 2/3 of the way filled. It looks like there's a stone shallow dish, or like a reflecting pool almost, underneath the dirt here, which has been sort of excavated. Again, like maybe like a foot or so, like underneath the soil here, the hard packed dirt has been dug out and is being filled with water. And you see all this, and you see as you're scanning about a strange sort of like a carved statue. It's very stylized. It's hard to immediately detect what it's about. It's some humanoid shape on the far side of this pool that's being filled with water. From the throngs of people, you hear other tongues being spoken, and of clearly some ritual, or I should say several rituals taking place here. But you can't sort of see amidst all the people, but you do see those orcs doing something with water nearby you, and you see that pool nearby you as well.
But there, besides the orcs who perform their horrid water ritual previously, are there other groups of people here, or is it only them and the ghost and me and Avachov?
No, there are other people. So think of this as a town commons. There's regular folk here. Looks like preparing. In the very middle of it, there is a great like stone dish, if you can imagine that, like very like 20-foot diameter sort of thing, like this massive thing that's been dug out of the ground, and people are pouring water into it, filling up that dish. Nearby you, from where you've entered into this area, you see on the outskirts of this commons is those water orcs. I'm going to say you can hear other rituals from other like areas along the outer diameter of this common area. But you can't see what's going on amidst all the people here.
And I'm also very much focusing on where the ghosts are going.
And
I'm also making damn sure that if these people doing rituals or performing some form of act of worship and some such, and I make very clear if it in any way disturbs or damages the ghosts around me, because if that would be the case, I would immediately interrupt and stop whatever taking place.
Feel free to give me, so that you see that the ghosts are kind of concentrating around that strange statue, which stands about 4 feet tall, just standing over that that pool, that reflecting pool, which is being filled. It looks like it's just been carved. In fact, you see people making finishing touches to this statue. It is of stone, but inlaid throughout it are also various metals and other semi-precious stones throughout. But it's not like a Greco-Roman statue. It's a stylized kind of a thing, more of a representation of a humanoid form than someone actually trying to carve like a, you know what I mean? So feel free to give me a theology or an occultism roll.
I'm gonna go theology on that.
Right.
Would cosmology or contaminated be applied?
No.
Then 14.
Okay. You have heard of you've heard of things called ghost anchors being utilized by sort of high-ranking faithful of mainly of Tehul, with a theology role. Such things are supposed to be for sort of drawing ghosts to like a safe place where Tehulian followers, or perhaps followers of Joust, or others of Death's Square, but mainly those two, could sort of see and tend to them and make sure the ghosts were safe, while psychopomps did their thing. Such things have also been misused by foul practitioners of a malicious bent to prey upon souls, as if ghosts are being sort of brought to one place. One can either tend to them like one is supposed to, or prey upon them, if that makes sense. But it is not an easy thing to do, but that's what this looks like to you. But you don't see any obvious followers of Tahul here. It's possible there are, but no one looks like, no one is showing any signs of faith towards Tahul that you've seen.
That makes me wary and distrustful, suspicious at the very least on my surroundings, and as I keep looking for these symbols and this obvious monument here, more and more thoughts of would-be predators and those that would gather to steal and prey upon souls of these ideas come to my mind, and then in a motion or an action that definitely is visible to Alvachov, to the orcs around here, and to even the ghosts around me, I look upon one particular orcish ghost that goes past me in their own slow pace, and then I move towards it. I reach out my left claw, but several seconds before I would make contact or touch its wispy form, it looks like something ignited upon me. Flames of silver, of blackish shadows engulf from the cracks in my stony form as I just move my left claw towards the ghost and I grab it by the wrist. And in that moment where I grab it, the ghostly silhouette of the creature is visible to others for a moment. As I hold it, one can see a ghostly orc, and I am holding its wrist as my arm is burning. Not greatly bonfire-esque, but definitely in that smoldering coal-like fashion. As I hold it, very much as if it was physical, and I look towards the ghostly orc, and I speak in Thraxa to it. For what purpose do you gather? And I do not care or give any. I don't give any care if what others around me would think of such an action, because this is just, I need to know. I need to know why the ghosts gather, so I use this ability given to me by Roust.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very obvious that something mystical or magical or something not normal just happened as I become inflamed with this whitish, grayish, black glow.
At the moment you do that, and the moment I see the mystical, the ghostly things, I have wide eyes on the part of the ghost that was seen when you grabbed it, and on in general the mystical oozes that go around, and I go like 3-4 steps back, even probably making some dust off the earth because I'm like dragging my feet, like afraid, like more or less. Usually when I'm afraid, I have my feet planted on the floor and just like back them without losing contact, because it's kind of like a warrior kind of way of 4 steps, dragging them, and then I look at you again, Tahulix, and like I regain awareness of myself. I look at everyone around and I like try to and be close to you, because right now I'm thinking maybe you will need the strength of a Lachok. So I go near you.
And you could hear what I said. I did ask the ghost of what makes them gather.
Yeah. So I'm trying to keep cool while I go near you, and I'm like, okay, usually Alice is making questions. He's in control. He's in control right now. I'm looking at people, so no one tries to mess around with us. Okay.
Yeah, and some people, though perhaps not as many as you might think, are taken aback, like just your arm bursts into silver fire, and this ghost comes into view, and its eyes, the ghost's eyes, sort of like flat as like the minute you lay a hand upon it. Like its eyes flash in both like fear and anger just for a second, and then it sees you and asks that question, and it can language that this ghost recognizes. And so I sort of like go back down to their normal orcish beady countenance. We are called home, that we might be given rest. Do not keep me. Release me.
I am no predator, but a guardian to perform duties of death's rest. I must know why ye gather. Only then can I protect. And I must know if you are preyed upon. As I look towards all of the other ghosts around me, perhaps they or them noticing me grabbing or being actually physical with one ghost, perhaps that would drag the attention of the other ghost. It most certainly grabs the attention of all other mortals or living beings
Right.
around me.
And more people are more unsettled as this ghost, now made manifest, speaks. No, none prey upon the dead in this place. Countless generations of my people keep watch over this land, as it has been since the beginning, and as it will be on into the end of time. And as it says that, one of the living orcs who sort of bent down over the statue is wearing close to nothing, but has a kind of slate, like dust, like chalk or something, like smeared onto its face. And there are some small actual like piercings, like but in like weird places, like on the underside of the arm here, and the same like at the back of the calf as well, like on the left arm and the right calf. Doesn't have anything else on his person, but approaches you. Do not disturb the dead here.
My gaze goes from the ghost I am holding the wrist of, and then towards that orc with the dust on its face and the various bone piercings. I stare at it and for a good 6 seconds, and then I let go with my claw on that silvery silhouette near me, and it disappears in a span of like 2 seconds, evaporating as if it was smoke. And the same goes with the ghostly silverish glow or flame to the cracks of my granite hide. As it dies down, still the silver glow is in my eyes, but the one around my arm that is inflamed dies out, and I look towards this ghost now speaking to me, or this orc now speaking to me. And I take a few more steps towards this idol and pool. They're not walking entirely away from the conversation, so to say.
You are known to us, though you are new to this land. Are you friend or foe, I wonder? Predator or something else? You are blessed by the elder creators to do as you have done. But do not interfere with what takes place here today, for it has been done since before the counting of cycles. This has been our way.
With perhaps for the first time one could say an emotion is upon my visage as I look towards this wizened old orc, and with perhaps extra seriousness to my expression, I look upon it as I take one more dragging step towards this idol. I got the dead. That is my way and sole purpose. Soul thieves I slay, and the contaminated I destroy. Such is my purpose from now until I am humble.
I come back for I come a bit like when he finished speaking that I went a bit back when the ghost disappeared again, because I'm extremely startled by all this. But I'm trying to keep myself close to Yala, and after he responds to that, I come back a bit closer to Hulix, and I say, hey, we're allies of the people, as you see. He let go, and then we're allies. We're allies.
It turns to you. You are also known to us. If you are as you say, we're talking to you again, to Hulix, and bear witness to what will take place on this, the day of reflection.
I don't respond to that, but I do look upon the orc. And then I look around more upon all the people I assume now are either looking upon me with fear or at the very least apprehension. But I do remain here, keeping a steady watch on this influx of ghostly activity. And while I have not drawn my bow or arrow or anything like that, I do very much intend to guard this place from any would-be soul thief. I am taking this very seriously.
And he doesn't say anything more to you, but his eyes, though he says very little, the intensity of his gaze, you can feel in the strange way that you can feel. You feel like this orc, he says, you are known to us. And you feel like not only does he mean it, but perhaps he knows somehow more of you. And perhaps you might expect or intend. It's as if those eyes pierce even through that rocky exterior of your form.
That may
But-
be very possible, but I know that the orcs are old and their ways are mysterious and strange, but that is not important right now. What is important is that I guard this place from any would-be predators, and I start almost acting like I am very much the designated guardian, as if I was a almost, I don't know, some morbid mute sheriff walking around patrolling the area, making sure no one messes with this holy procession or starts to harass the ghosts. I think is almost as if, again, I was the established lawman, making sure that nobody messes with this holy place.
He doesn't stop you.
Patrol it.
He doesn't stop
Avachov
you.
does. Avachov like goes like just at his back, and he's actually right now trying to mimic almost his exact movements because he's very scared and tries to look like kind of like, oh yeah, we're the authorities here. We're totally allies. This is all cool. And
Okay.
he's very lost. So he's gonna try to mimic exactly what Taholix is doing.
And as you take up your spots along as a sort of silent vigil for these ghostly spirits, we will change the scene. We'll return to that dark room beneath the homestead of Azad. As you finish your studies, almost like just as you finish your study, you close the last book you were looking, or you were reading, or perhaps scribing some piece of text from another book onto a page, or whatever it was you were doing, meditating perhaps. The figure speaks to you, somehow knowing exactly when you would finish up with your own duties, your own activities. Whereby did this come to you?
No. As I had told you once before, it had come to my wife. Before that, it had come to a storm shark. No doubt it had stolen it from a vessel of sorts.
The siren. I could hear her and the noise of its child above.
Yes, it is quite loud. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything to remedy that currently.
Does not matter. If this has been the way this missive has come to my hands, then certain Omiraz is dead, and things have not proceeded as was intended.
I turn to him now at that.
I have said that others of our alliance have seen fit to send other followers to this place at this time. Such was to be an ordered procedure, one that would not make our intentions as overt as it would seem they have become. The misdeeds of the ogre now make more sense. Without their guide, they have not been informed of their purpose here, and to whom they were to follow. He pauses as if in thought.
Who is it that they are to follow then? As you seem to know much more than you lead on, Master. Surely you are next in the hierarchy.
Indeed. Many cycles have gone in the planning of this expedition. Many cycles have I prepared and worked with others of the church and of other organizations of the enforcers to make our presence here a possibility. And it is my will that these others must dance to. Do not mistake my words as meager egotism. We are, though you have thus far seen only farmers, ignorant fools of the land who you might see in any corner of Kvegathale. Do not underestimate the dangers that this land poses to even ordinary outsiders, let alone we who follow a truer path and a voice that these barbarian magi would not be keen to follow. It is to you that this folly must be rectified. You have training, you have knowledge, and you are subtle. You have been well prepared to undertake this mission. It's why you were chosen and not others. You have unique skills and are in a very unique position. It has been very beneficial thus far, and it must continue to be such. That there are enforcers here in Ivapum must not be revealed. Or, if it is, you must make sure that your own allegiance does not become known.
Well, of course.
You know this, of course.
Hmm.
Your mate has done well to scoop the siren off the streets. She would surely, within days, be discovered for what she is.
Hmm.
Keep a close eye on that one. For even she does not have complete understanding of what it is, what power that she has the potential to wield. I do not know why, but the Inquisitors have said that Helena has taken a particular interest in that one. I do not know for what purpose, but if that is so, we must discover why. For Helena does not waste her time with idleness. There is always purpose to her actions.
Yes.
What benefit is seen in this siren must be utilized by us.
She will be staying in this abode for the time being.
Good.
But the others...
There was to be 3 others in Aron, a Vaigish, who was to be the bearer of this note, and a Zansirim, an ogre, from far to the west, a simple sort, but as I have said before, an easy tool to mold to one's purpose. A brainless one, but a strong-armed individual.
Of course. But my space here is limited, Master. I cannot simply house all of these vagabonds which you name to be part of some plan.
You need not house them. You must merely make your own presence known to them. Make it clear who must be followed, and make it clear what the purpose for this undertaking is. We are here so that the king of these lands might be educated to a truer path.
And he will be educated, I am sure. A king should be wise for his land, should he not?
He nods.
But the people here, it is only these few days that have passed by, I have learned and I've come to understand. They are slow. The body is slow, the people that work the land here, but the head? I wonder if the head is as slow. I had heard there to be countesses, knights, these titles they throw around. I believe it is their royalty of these lands. If I am unable to gain an audience with the king, of course I will try to gain audience with these counts and countesses, knights. I will see where their heads lie.
He nods. People of this land have bound themselves in a way unlike any other land. The knights of this region, they are as one to the count they serve, and same the count to the king. Make your deals. Insinuate yourself into the culture of this town. Make yourself indispensable.
Well, of course. We've only been here but a few days, Master. Give it some time.
I do not expect all at once. I am merely reinforcing our intention.
Of course, I understand your anxiety in this matter. You yourself have put in a large investment in this. Rest assured it will see its completion. This I have no doubt.
Then, go ahead.
But I do believe my studies are completed. If there is anything that you need further, call upon the servants. They'll be waiting outside your door. If you need me, simply call for me.
I require nothing more at this time.
I bow to him, then I turn and I...
And as you leave, right before you sort of exit the threshold, you, Azad, on the other hand. And he stands and sort of turns around to face you. And for the first time, it's getting ready, takes that hood back, revealing the full countenance of his bizarre and alien face. It likely is still has yet to become or it likely unsettles you to at least some degree every time you catch a full eyeful of this.
I turn over my shoulder and look at him.
And he walks slowly over to you.
I start to get like a little nervous when he starts like walk, and I kind of square my shoulders at him.
You, Azad, will need the aid of the great angel this eve. And he takes from beneath his voluminous robes a kind of like a ring, but and obviously of pure gold, but a strangely formed ring that fits above one of those three great fingers that it has, and it's like a it's almost like a claw, kind of like a ring that
I know what you're talking.
It's thumb or whatever amounts to a thumb on this creature. The eyes of he who has many names have seen a great deal these past recent days. This what was the word that was used? Ceremony that you are informed of. It is more than mere jest and pomp, more than mere celebration. He seems to be sort of gazing intently at you, but it's so hard to read that face, given the eyes. You will need the resilience and the protection of your God. Hold out your hand.
I slowly bring up my hand. I raise my chin up kind of like I'm a little afraid to do this.
And he speaks to you or he doesn't speak to you. He speaks. He begins a ritual, and you, as he does, you can feel free if you want to give me a theology roll. He speaks obviously in Ahura Mazdian, as that is the only language that you two communicate in.
Mm-hmm.
But well, what did you get? That's
15.
okay. Good, great.
Right.
So he hold as he you hold your hand out. He grabs, not like forcefully, but he takes hold with the hand that has this ring on it onto your forearm, and holds it out to him and speaks, conducts this ritual of payment or of protection for a price which has already been paid. What that means, you're not sure. Perhaps your benefactor has already made some sacrifices, perhaps on your behalf. As he speaks the Ahura Mazdian, the voice doesn't reach a crescendo, but as that zeal overcomes him, the voice and the syllables and the vowels he speaks, as he's vocalizing them, become almost as if there are many voices from one body speaking this, and that slight fly-like tint to its voice becomes all the more potent, and it's as if there's almost a swarm or a horde of such insects speaking in this way. I obviously can't come close to actually vocalizing it, but that those words wash over you, and you feel and you sense even with your limited training, you can feel the sort of potency sort of that exudes off of this figure as he's saying these words. And that ring, that gold ring, it doesn't glow, but it becomes more yellow, almost as if the gold becoming more pure, if that makes sense as he's saying this. As it concludes, he actually drives that slight claw into your flesh, and you jolt back. It's not, you don't take damage from it, but it's not a wound that seriously harms you, but it breaks the skin of your arm. He holds it there. He presses it like his thumb firmly down. If you think like that sort of claw, it's not that far out, but like coming out the underside of the thumb, and he drives that into the underside of your forearm. Holds it there for like maybe 2 seconds, and then releases. A slight trickle of blood running down your arm, but then just a moment later, that wound closes somehow. The blood still remains and drips onto the hard-packed floor beneath you. Keep your allegiances at the forefront of your mind as you venture out amongst these people. They are more than just farmers that will be in your midst. You have not seen the powers of magic before. That will soon change. Guard yourself against whatever you may see, or what might be sent against you. You have read much. We will see if your studies have prepared you.
I don't say anything. I just look at him after he's done speaking. I just keep my chin up at him. And I sort of turn, like the hand that he stabbed. I'm kind of like frozen a bit, with fear, utter fear of him. And then I slowly turn. The hairs on the back of my neck just sort of go down slowly as the door closes behind me and I leave. I sort of shake my head a bit as I walk down, and I sort of look at my arm and I sort of flex the forearm where he kind of did that, where he made that incision. I keep sort of flexing it and relaxing, flexing, relaxing, and just look at that. As I'm walking down the hallway, I do that like twice. And I just put my hand down, and when I raise my head back up, I have a look of utter envy. I want that. That's immediately what floods my mind as that sort of adds energy to my step.
Yeah, and with, I think you said you got a 15. With
20 for my theology.
Oh, great. So
I forgot some things.
some
bonuses.
He has given to you, the manner in which such rituals have been performed is sort of particular to him and to every individual cleric who exemplifies their faith in different ways. But with that sting, that bite into your flesh with the blood of the sun, the blessing of the angel has been given unto you to be used at you're not sure.
Oh, so that was more of like a blessing he was giving me. Okay. Because really, I was going to ask you, I was really afraid that he was making some sort of pact. And,
no, you don't get that
he's
sense.
above me, so I'm like, oh God.
You don't think he sold your soul
Yeah.
or anything, but even blessings must be paid for in a certain way.
That would be direct.
Perhaps it was the pain that you have felt and the fear, perhaps were the price, or perhaps it was something else. But you can suss out with the studies you've been given that
I was blessed.
Your master has been given you a blessing, and his piety seems to be quite significant.
And so Nasvag, you'll see me. Maybe you'll be around inside with my wife, I think. Speaking.
Yeah.
But I'll sort of suddenly come into the room or something, and I'll be noticeably a lot more active in my body and more like attentive to you as I sort of enter on in. And of course, I got JC with me, that human servant, dark-skinned man. He's a bit older, maybe about in his mid-30s. But that's really I don't introduce myself. I just very sort of slyly oh, this is my house. I go where I want, So I just sort of walk in, and I of course I look at my wife Nali, and I regard her kind of I nod, and I sort of show my body a bit to her, kind of turning my body, and I nod.
And
Bit of courtly seduction, but
Nali actually speaks to you, and Shish, of course.
Yeah.
This one has quite a voice on her. Her people's name of Siren is indeed a apt one. Quite mesmerizing, in fact. Perhaps it would be good for our potential customers to be lulled into doing business with us. How keen of an image it would be. And she's, you could see Nazvog's garb has been taken out of those rags that she was wearing before.
That was most
Quite-
unbecoming of her to be
Yeah.
wearing that.
Uh,
Not in my house.
yeah. Not
But you know, like I
every,
look at you, Nesvog, and like I see you wearing some of my clothing. Well, it's my clothing, but not my clothing. You know.
everything
And I
here
see
is
that, and I just like I just regard that kind of. There's one step. But like I just sort of I look, when my wife says that, I kind of said, I don't really say anything to her. I just sort of give her a look like, well, this like just enforcing like, oh, you made a great decision, kind of thing. Like of course you would make a great decision, kind of thing.
Yes.
Like I kind of go like, well.
So I believe, well, the scene is yours.
I look at I look at Nazvog, and so it's the same thing. Like I say something to Shish, and then JC. He always before he says something, he's always like, "My lord says," and then he says what I say. So I hear that you are an apt singer amongst your people.
I am fair amongst my people. I am no master of this song. And I'm like kind of oblivious to all the looks you're giving your wife because I'm like playing with Sanem, who's like playing with like the weird fabrics that I'm wearing. And
Oh, you have your kid. Okay.
yes, because we were about to go out. So yes, we were getting ready to leave. So I'm playing. So she's like looking at all this weird fabric, and yeah. But yeah. So I am fair. No, I am no master.
I see, you say that, and I look to my wife. Are you to take her out into the countryside? I would like to accompany you. I say some things to her and shit, and then I look. Then she says something to me, and I look at you as well. I have never heard a siren song before, but I have heard it when it storms. It is loud. Do you sing softly?
Of course, we must have our children fall to sleep. We must have the fish come to us. We must sing to our husbands, our wives. Yes?
Yes.
We must not always be thunder. There must be light rain. There must be gentle breeze. Yes?
I just nod. There are many people on the land of many types, species, cultural backgrounds. They would love to hear your voice, I am sure. But I would advise you do not give it out so freely. You have a child. You have to provide for her.
Yes? What? Who pays for the song? The song is a part of the community, yes? It is for all.
Yes, but I am sure that you have, or perhaps not. You might not be aware that there are certain people that won't appreciate the hearing, a song which they are being given by you. They do not appreciate it, but they want it still. No, 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 no. This cannot be. You will not get anywhere. You must show that this song is for this man, or this woman, or them, but not all of them. Well, as long as they can give you food for your child. If they cannot, why not save your voice for someone that can? Hmm?
This seems strange. Yes, that it is part of our way of life to sing when we do what we must with our family, with our friends. Yes, we go out, we go to fish, we sing. We swim with the sharks, we sing. We raid, we sing. When we are attracting a mate, yes, we sing. This is how it is. We do not keep it from others. We sing loud and proud to the whole community. Yes.
Do not think of it as you are keeping it from others, then. Think of it more as you are giving it to those that would appreciate. Now, I have never heard you sing, and I'm sure many of this land have never heard your kind sing to them kindly. But when you do show them this, they will be enthralled, I am sure. They'll give you their praise, but their praise cannot feed your child, cannot feed you.
I feed my child.
Of course.
I feed myself.
Of course. This is quite clear. I could see the determination in your eyes. You have a strong will. I sort of smile, my tiger teeth showing a bit. And I respect that. But I will be joining the lady and you on the countryside. I'm sure you won't protest.
It is your cart, yes. You must lead the way. I am a guest. I come to see what you show to me. The wonders of this land, as they say.
Oh, there are many wonders. And I gesture for you to follow as I take my wife's hand, kind of courtly, and the two of us walking out. Of course, we're immediately flanked by 4 on each side, left and right, of servants.
Yeah, and as you say, there are many wonders. I kind of laugh because I know that you're joking because I think this land is a shithole, and I'm pretty sure you do too. So
there is a little bit of that unspoken, oh yeah, there's great wonders.
Yeah.
Of course, we're thinking different.
Yeah.
But you are waited on. I assign 2 servants to you and your child. I say in Shish, to them, watch after their child, and I say something to these 2 individuals, these two human women, and they just start approaching you, and one of them kind of just stands next to you, and the other one has some a little satchel with some things like wipes and a piece of cloth and whatnot, and she goes to you and she gestures, to your child.
Yeah. As soon as she does that, I glare at her and I just show my 10 rows of shark teeth at her. It's she's coming at my child. I'm yeah, this isn't gonna happen.
And, she pulls away and stuff. But and I share a look with her, and she goes, and I just stay with her. Whatever.
Yeah.
And then there's this weird look I give you, kind of this weird sort of respectful look, as if that is what a mother should do. But you are put into the I forget what the word is, but the cart that is held by servants. You were brought in there, and it's large enough for all three of us to go in. And again, we move into the countryside. As a note, we're not going to the festival.
Okay.
Straight up. As a note, like I'm not going to the festival. I'm going down to the coast. We're going down. This ain't no idle time, you know what I'm saying? We're going down to the coast. We're going down to the docks to the fishermen, and try to set up something with the locals. I like if there is I'm purposely like I don't want to go to the festival.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, as a specific note, because I know that's a dangerous place to go. So.
And I don't know anything about the festival, so it's not even like I would know to protest or
Right, you
anything.
don't.
So.
Yeah.
It's still late morning, so.
Yeah, and just spending the day, and I'm trying to, like my wife and I,
That's right.
show this exotic beauty that we have, our exotic servant,
Mm-hmm.
and as well as trying to make some sort of docking deals and whatnot.
Okay. So you're going.
Yeah, so like as we're going, I'm just like while as we're going, I'm gonna try to build a little bit of a rapport with Nali, like as we like walk by people and they like an orc is like plowing or something like that, and he just looks like really stupid and unelegant to both of us. So like I'll like say like make a comment about him, and so like we can start like because I'm trying to like get her to like. Because I think we have like some sort of connection, so I'm trying to like build more of a bond. So like I'm trying to like gossip about these people and then I'll like talk about what different things are to Sanem and like try to point them out and get her acknowledging things. But yeah, I mean, that's the main point of that's what I'm trying to do as we're going about. Like yeah.
So you go on and Nali seems very receptive to your sort of attempts to build a relationship with. Like, hi, yes, yes, these people are. Many of them are very simple and have never seen such opulence, even as the likes of which that you have upon your skin right now. But I am quite interested of what you were telling me of before. Perhaps, Azad, you might have great interest in this. Tell me again of your settlement, this Anasht, in the Isles of Reflection.
We watch the Isles. Yes, this is where I come from. It is my name. It is for sirens. You would not find it hospitable. This is all.
Perhaps not to live there, but if you are a daughter of this colony, this settlement, no doubt you have been shown hospitality by us, have been clothed and fed, and no doubt our relationship can extend into perhaps a greater agreement as we expand our home from this community. No doubt we will move southward. We already have quite a presence upon the sea. I'm certain that we could provide something of use, something of value to your kinsmen, and in this Anasht, and in return, perhaps we can negotiate something of equal profit for both parties. If, as you say, it is quite treacherous, along the Isles of Reflection. We would have warned this on our journey here if we were to have the friendship and the aid of the sirens of this community. It would, I believe it would be a welcome opportunity for both of us. Why, what do you think of this? This Anash must not be so far. The Isles of Reflection are not a massive distance. Surely they are south of the peninsula, but that is far beyond or far within our range of influence.
You pay them tribute. They will let you pass. They will not sink your ships without requesting tribute first. Yes, they know not to sink your ships. Your ships are not the enemies necessarily. So they ask for tribute first. So you pay tribute. This is fine.
Well, that is perhaps a first step, but I'm sure the people of this colony cannot get all that they might desire from raiding and from piracy. It could be, and this will be translated amidst
like I'll
all
lean
of
to
it.
her, as the two of them were talking now. Then
Yeah, so we can sort of consider all this to be translated. In fact, obviously, JC will not be in the carriage.
Yeah.
We'll be walking aside it or perhaps we'll be in the back, depending on the construction of this this vehicle. You'll be kept in the loop, Azad, for all that's being said.
no, it's just we're taking one wagon out. It's big enough for like 4 people.
Okay.
Yeah, so 4 like Dawan-sized people.
Right.
You know.
Well, perhaps it's something we can discuss in further detail later. I'm quite sure the people of this Anasht could benefit greatly from our continued friendship. Trade can open many doors and provide many opportunities to both sides, and raiding can be a very inconsistent means of acquiring food and goods. It could be chains or indeed even longer than a cycle before ships or enough ships might travel nearby to be plundered.
Tell me, Nazvog, what do your people specifically enjoy besides the singing voice?
Well, I mean, it's like obviously, we like gold because I'm always every time I'm looking at you, I'm rarely looking you in the eyes. I'm looking at
I'm like
your
an
rings.
kind of like you see me, oh, you see that ring?
Yeah.
So what do you like?
Yeah. So we like of course we like the fruits of the sea. We like the fish. We like the pearl. We like the seaweed. We like the gold, of course. We come and we take the gold from those ships that we can. We use iron when we can, but we do not make our own. So iron is useful for certain tools, but gold is, of course, the what we like the most.
I see. I see.
We have no means of acquiring gold on the sea. Of course, as you know, the gold does not float, so we must acquire it from those who walk upon the land and foolishly encroach in our domain.
Hmm. Hmm. When we had passed here, past the islands, there was one island that I was alarmed, surely. Part of me was, at least. Hmm. What are your people's relations with the Typhon people?
All right, so as soon as you say Typhon, like I I'm like I stop moving and my feathers kind of stand up a little bit, not like all the way or anything, but like that you can notice. And these are dark people. You do not deal with them.
Hmm. So your people do not intermingle. The Typhon, they are
No, they are drowned.
underwaters.
They are drowned.
Ah, yes, I see. I see. Hmm. Hmm. It is a shame that there are so many Typhon on that island.
Yes, yes.
Hmm. But this is why I ask. I have shipments that come in on the seas. And I know below the seas, your people, that is your home. And I know that danger. But upon seeing that island, seeing those Typhon, I learned a new danger. Hmm. It's a shame, truly. But hopefully, you will see the wonders, the comforts that we may offer you. Perhaps we may offer to your people. And make the waterways safe.
It would be best to simply give the tribute. They do not worship like I do. They still follow Fatash. They may not, they may take your attempts to trade as an admission of weakness. This may
I
not be
see.
wise.
I see.
You give tribute, you are safe.
I know of the name Vatash. I know it makes the rain, but what is the Vatash? What is this faith?
Fatash, she is Rainmaker. She is the thunder. She is the wind. She is the hurricane. She teaches we must take advantage of our opportunities. We must go out and always do the most with what we can, with what we see. We have no mercy. We take because it is ours, because we are the greatest of all the species.
Yes.
We conquer the land, the sea, the air. No other can do so.
And this is what she teaches.
This is Fatash.
And yet, it is only until this moment that you have spoken of this goddess. When I had first seen you upon my doorstep, you spoke of another one. How is this that you know the Queen of Spiders?
Do you dream?
Of course. What kind of a question is that?
Do you the spiders? They sing to me in the dreams. Some know the song of the sea. Some know the song of battle. Some know the song of the earth. I also know the song of the spiders. This is how it has been. Before I knew what a spider was, they sing to me in my dreams. I meet a spider. I can sing to it. It sings to me. I do not know. This is the way. Elena has done me a great service, so I am indebted to her, and give her worship, give her praise. She does not have some of the weaknesses that Fatash's teachings give us, but it is not a popular faith among my people.
I see. I see, yes. That is strange. But I do believe you are chosen by the divine. Perhaps you have a great fate ahead of you. But for those of us that cannot sing, we must make do with what we have. And I look at my wife at that, and look back at you.
Yeah, I kind of like look like kind of like sad for you. Like, oh man, that's such a bummer. Like you have to live your whole life without like really appreciating a song. You know, you just can't do it. And it's like your biology, because like obviously sirens are the best, and like you're just a lesser species. Like it sucks.
Yep, and I'm like, oh, what are you gonna do?
So you continue your journey, chatting, learning more about the other. You continue your inroads as best you can with Nali, who seems receptive, or at the very least indulgent of your talkings. You make your way down to the coast. Again, you see the fishermen and the crabbers and the pearl divers and such things tending to their business here upon the shore. Your ship still, of course, sitting safe upon the dock there. There are many people milling about and going about the trades of the day, who you can converse with if you wish. Mainly orcs and humans.
I don't converse with orcs like directly unless they come, because they're filthy barbarians. So I'll bring out Nazvog as if she was like a trophy, and like I'm with my wife and whatnot, and I'm showing like how good we are, how good my look at us, look at our wealth, obviously, and look, you could have this too, and I bring that up to all the fishermen, to make note of my vessels, and I like almost oversell, we have come here to give you wealth, we have come here to feed your family, dealing with a lot of humans back in the city of Stone. I know just what to say to them.
Yeah, and I'm like, I should be smiling at this, but like I'm just like straight up scowling at all these like Dingonite fishermen who like don't know anything about fishing, and like clearly have like all these poorly tied nets and like these like boxes of crabs. Like, why would you need a box of crabs? Come on, like just like sing to them. Go down to the bottom of the ocean and pick them up. Come on, like these guys they don't know anything about fishing.
To sing, she tells us she wishes to hear again that sweet, that wonderful song that you sang before. It was so lovely. Indulge her again. You don't have to roll for it, but like.
Okay. Well, if I am singing, I want to do something in particular though.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna try to like call a bunch of crabs up onto the shore. So I will.
Oh, okay. All right.
So yeah, because like I'm gonna show these guys how it's done. So yeah, I'm gonna like sing a similar song to what I did before, but it's gonna be like a little bit lower, and it's a little bit more melancholic. It's crabs, they feed on the dead. That's their home. So to like call them and to bring them into me, I need to you know, it can't be a happy or like a happy song. It's got to be a more melancholic, low, slow, but still moving piece. So we will see. All right, so that's 9. So that's going to be a 19.
Wow. Okay. So this is you're trying to call forth
Crabs.
the crabs from their home. Yeah, with that, so Azad, as you're coming through these fishermen, these crabbers, these simple folk, you come through with your opulence and your carriage filled with gold and forms of wealth, and look, you say, you speak you do your thing,
Like I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to get through to these humans.
And you like at first you're talking to them, in Pelganese, and they understand you, but like they seem somewhat receptive at first, but not like, oh, okay, what are you? Well, that's nice and all, but who are you? What are you? And you hear Nazvog start singing, and it's this. It's exactly as you described it before, Nazvog. It's this song of a wordless song of vowels and of sounds, but the sounds, the way they mingle together and the way they resonate in the siren vocal chords, instills you with an emotional response, or indeed several emotional responses. That feeling of homecoming, of safety, of pleasant feelings, and a bunch, a large number. Not like this isn't like a biblical miracle sort of thing, but like a large number of crabs. Some of the people tending to the canoes and to the nets kind of like stumble back as a small like a group of I don't know what you call a group of crabs, but a group of crabs skitters and scuttles up out of the beaches and like onto the to the pebbles, and actually come up to the wagon itself and kind of like surround it, and maybe like, I don't know, like a full catch of crabs comes up, and like it doesn't happen immediately, but like as the song kind of dies down and ends, this happens, and it's like, and the people around you are just totally taken aback by this. It looks like miraculous. It looks like you've performed some sort of wondrous feat, and clearly, people are hugely impressed, and in fact, several individuals, come up to. Well, they don't come up to you because they're covered in crabs, but you're surrounded by crabs. But like, what? I don't think you were providing specifics, but like, yes, I would love to trade my catch with you. Are clearly have skills of the sea and travelers of the strange though you are.
Like
Sailing upon the face of Leviathan, you clearly have skill and a knack for the sea to bring about the bounty, the waves, in such a way. I've not seen the like before.
I'm talking to this human man.
People.
Talking to this human man, he's missing a tooth. He's a crusty old seaman. Oh, I mean not that old, but I'm talking to him and he's not really understanding. And then once you start singing, I'm like, well, okay, like, I very slyly just, oh, look at that, and that whole sort of moment there. But I take the opportunity with several of the, I don't talk to the human women as I know their customs, but I go to the, just basically just talking to human men and the fishermen and whatnot, and say, just basically I'm selling a brand is what I'm really doing. And,
Oh.
I'm selling, I show like a coin, a triangular piece of coin, like a little piece of gold. I'm like, this is what it will be coming to your lands. Wealth, bounty for you and your family. Rest assured, my operations are not yet begun, but in time soon, you may all be the first in line.
You're the one building that structure up upon the hill. Yes. I recall when that began. I'm told there would be travelers from upon the sea coming to this land. Yes, I recall that many chains back. Yes, I have my cousin. He's a pearl diver. Perhaps his wares might be of interest to you as well. What say you to that?
Well, of course.
Good. Very good. And you feel like a handful of people like have come up to you and are like chatting you up about what you're all about and what's going on. So,
Yep.
What business do you come to do here? Once you say have not begun yet, you are a fisherman then, or a crabber? Is that what you are?
No, this is but one of the, and I'm saying in Palagonese, but one of the many prizes of which my wealth has afforded me. And such prizes may be afforded to you, and you as well. For I have heard of your wave queen and your landed king, and their romance has sung far beyond your lands, and even to my lands, which I had heard, and I couldn't help but come here. And I know that and I gesture to Nazvag and to my wife, I and maybe different peoples, but in time soon, opportunities may be afforded to all of you. Gold, jewelry, for your special woman, which you may wed, or your young daughter, which you are wedding off. They need to be adorned to show your strength, your stability, your power. Yes?
And several, obviously this is all men who are coming up to you. And several of them seem to nod, whether they have their eyes on, somebody special themselves, or if they have, daughters they're trying to wed off to, as you say.
And then I sort of like.
Also, don't forget, I might be scowling at them, but I do have 2 grades of attraction, and these men are probably going to be attracted to me. So
I mean, you look like you. It looks. It may not be apparent to Nazvog, but it looks to them like you're their property. So they're not nearly as threatened by you as perhaps they otherwise would be, and that attractiveness and the nice clothes that was given to you, which accentuates you in many of the right places, is
when I see their looks and whatnot, then I sort of look at some of them and I say, like a shrug, and I kind of look away a bit. After all, not be fishermen all of your life. Surely you want a castle of your own. And I just sort of leave that.
I like that.
I trail that off.
Like that looks that hits them like a brick. Like I didn't even think of that. It's so beyond even their their realm of like perceptions, but to hear it like spoken is like, is
It's
huh,
it was
you know,
like I say it like it was
it's-
like I was letting them know on a secret. I'm here to help you. Oh, well, after all, then but then I look at Nazvog suddenly, and I approach you, Nazvog, and I shoo away a crab as I approach you, and I say, Nally, like I gesture with you, like to follow me, to like move away from this girl, like okay, we're done here, kind of thing. The show's over, kind of thing. Like I gesture, but I'm all like very like my chin is up, and I'm very, this way.
Okay. With the carriage and the entourage,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you
Like the
definitely
servants go to your left and
you,
right hand side, Nazvog, like this way,
yeah.
Yeah,
Hey.
I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna like grab a couple crabs because like obviously I didn't just do this just for fun. Like this is my dinner, so like I pick a couple up. I throw one at Nolly for her to catch it because like I figure like here's your dinner. There you go. Like I give one to Sanem to like kind of play with, and yeah, like I'm going like we'll
She
go back.
grabs it and like tosses it to a.
Yeah.
And like I kind of do like that, almost like I look like, oh, it's part of the show kind of thing. Oh, like she's still not civilized, not yet. But
Right.
like I look at some of the humans like, well, hey, what are you gonna do? Like I kind of shrug, like, hey, woman, I kind of do those shrugs too.
Right. Now you look. I mean, hey, it looks like you've got an exotic. It looks like you got two wives there. One who's really attractive, and one who's very exotic and dressed in fucking gold. So I mean,
Yeah, they got
you could tell you made quite a splash with these and as you leave, like people like fishermen rush in and snatch up those crabs. What's left of them and.
Yeah, as we leave, like, oh, here's a parting gift, just a little bit of what's gonna come, kind of thing. Yeah. The show must go on, as I hit other docks.
Okay. So are you traveling down
that's
the beaches or?
Yeah, that's really
Okay.
that's the day's activity. Just really getting in with the locals, the farmers, the fishermen.
Okay, so you,
As long as the siren, because I'm thinking like this siren's gonna leave, like these sirens they don't stay in one place for long. So I'm using her as long as I can. Just doing the same sort of gimmick. And I'll say.
Yeah, I mean I'm not gonna like.
I'll say it to my wife, and then she'll say like, "My husband says that you are a wonderful singer," and like, she'll.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna be like calling in crabs at every like dock, just because like that seems like
Right.
a waste to me.
I think this is
like,
probably the peak of your first impression was the best impression, but you.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, I got enough for my dinner. Like I fed them. Like that's fine. That's all that we need. That's my day's work.
Yeah,
So.
you travel down or up, whatever, the beach, and
Yeah.
you make fairly good impression on, but nowhere not as massive as the first stop, so to speak, on your trading tour, but no doubt word will spread quite quickly of those exploits, and you continue in that way through most of the day and into the early and then the mid afternoon. After a time you come to you don't have to do anything, but you do pass by that dock. You had that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not getting that while they're with me.
That's fine. So you continue, and you can tell today was a pretty significant success. You haven't nailed out any specific deals, but
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
you've made
not the plan.
quite an impression amongst many of the people here, at the very least the humans, and it's some of the orcs, but
I don't really care about them.
that's fine.
I know there's a lot of them, but
Right.
I don't know how to speak to humans. I'll deal with the orcs
Yeah,
later.
and there's not many satyrs here as well. Satyrs tend not to do well on with their hooves on in this area. There's some of them, but far and away it's orcs and it's humans who are sort of doing stuff along the beach, or fishermen and crabbers and such things. Yeah, so you continue your tour, well, as long as you want to, but certainly until about, well, how long did you want to be doing this? Like all day until?
I'm doing it for the
Twilight?
day until it starts to get dark. Then we head back. And, and I want to have like a very nice dinner, not like very like really nice, but like very like quiet, like oh now we're resting. Very nice dinner for Nazvok, like I just do. To put a period on the end of the day, like this is what you have, you're welcome, kind of thing.
Right.
Thinking in my mind like that, this is like this. We'll show this barbaric siren some civility, kind of thing. But also like I am, sort of selling, my sort of brand that I'm coming in, and also get to know these people. If there are any. Like if there are noticeable sort of tattoos or any sort of noticeable markings, or if there are other merchants, there are other people that own docks, or if there's someone that looks like, oh, they own several ships, and of course, I would want to talk to them.
Yeah, and there are a couple people like that. No one has like an industry sort of thing, but you can. There are a couple of families who like maybe it's a family. They all are like.
They got like family business.
Pearl divers, or getting certain type of fish, or they're all or like, oh, I own this dock, or maybe like I have a bunch of some somewhat larger ships. There's some people like that. It's you can definitely make some connections. It's no one is like big enough for it to be a business kind of a thing, but that's just the way it is here.
Those are the people I'm sort of magnetized to. I go more towards those people, and again like because like I assume they're gonna get the brand more. Like I'm coming in with some gold, with some coins, and it could be yours, and and I don't really go into what like the philosophy of trade or anything like that. It's more just like I keep trying to distract them by like.
Right.
See
Look
what
at how
I have.
great
You could be
I
like
am.
me.
Don't you want some of this? I can.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay. So you make your way back to your manor as the sun is beginning to dip down and change from yellow into orange and then into purple and such things. Just at the very beginning of twilight, you make it back. You pass. Again, a lot closer now as you sort of moved up the beach. You can see a lot more detail of the work that has been going on to your actual house. And actually, by the time you get there, you can see a lot of the workers actually like leaving as well. Like it's the end of the sun's going down. It's the end of the workday, so you see some of the workers who are working on still primarily on the foundations of the manor house. And it seems to be an appropriate number of people for the job, at least as far as you gauge it. Do you have any grades in
Mason? No, I have no grades in masonry, so I just look at it and I just know that they're working. When they're leaving, I'm like, okay.
Okay.
I assume this is like something that might take maybe a cycle or two, to complete, maybe even a little bit longer.
Yeah, like it's.
Well, that's what I'm like. I have no grades in masonry, so I don't know. So.
That's what it looks like. It's certainly not something that's going to take be over in a chain and a half. There's still a lot of work left to do. But you get back to your longhouse and you get out, brush off well, not a whole lot of dirt has really gotten up on you. You've been on the beach mostly, the pebbly beach. You make it back to your home, and you have those preparations ready to get food going. And
we have a nice meal. I make sure to have some nice fish and nice steamed crab with some spices and seasoning, some fillets.
Yeah.
And like it's all like prepared and whatnot. Like that stuff's being brought out, and I'm like just sitting there, kind of like waiting for as our meals are being brought out, and I'm like I'm trying to gauge you, kind of like what's your reaction, and I'm also trying to like see like I'm really cool, right? Like I'm trying to see if you're envious of me, kind of thing. Like
Yeah, I just look like really confused because like I got these crabs. Like this is our dinner, right? Like this is the whole point of us going out there and me doing the song. So like I got this crab. It's like still like wriggling and like I like.
Oh, I would have had like I would have had like please let your servant have that prepared for you, and I'll.
Yeah. Okay, then I would have been like, I don't know, and I'll be like, let me show you how you eat the crab, and so like I'll like take a knife from a servant or something like that, and just like crack into it, split open its back, and just like start ripping out some of the insides and eating it. This is the proper way. Like I'll rip off a claw and just like hand it to you.
I'll kind of like look at the servant kind of thing, like that's like the culinary chef kind of like almost like I'm having fun, like oh, and I'm like, from you like oh exotic, kind of thing. I sort of lap at it with my big tiger tongue, like it's obvious I have no idea, like oh the meat's inside, like
You
like
must break it
like
open.
in the broken part, just lick it like.
You must break it open to get to the flesh.
And then I break it open. And I start like kind of like take like two bits of meat out, and I kind of like from the claw, and then I put it down, and you see me like put my hands to another sort of fabric, like a napkin, and I sort of clean my hands like okay, I'm done.
It's good, yes. This is the right way. You need no special preparations for this. The best way is the fresh. It would be better if we ate it when we caught them, but this will do.
I just nod at you.
Unfortunately for Nazbog, I have no doubt that the servants actually prepare the crab and the other food that you have. This is going to be a large dinner, and why don't you tell us what we have for dinner?
We got some crab, we got some shrimp. This is seafood night, because I got the siren. So we got crab, we got fillets, fish, a bit of a little bit of like seasoning and the like. There are a few grapes, a few like dried crisp, similar to kale kind of seaweed, that are used more as like display purposes for the plates and whatnot. Because one of my servants is an actual. I have a private chef. I mean, don't you have one? I thought everyone has one, and like it's quite obviously probably not anything you're used to, but there's even a bottle of wine that's brought out.
Well,
but it's not like a lot of food, and it's not like big expensive stuff. It's really just like like a relaxing sort of atmosphere, but still, I'm better than you, kind of thing. Like I have all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, this is what you signed up for. You ready for this?
I did have breakfast with Nali, so I like have an idea of what to expect, so I'm not like completely surprised. And like I know that it's well prepared, so like I eat it, and it's not like a big deal, but it's still like you went to all this trouble to just like kind of like take all the flavor out of your ingredient. Like what are you doing, dude? But like I'll eat it, and accepting your hospitality because it would be rude not to. And thank you for this meal. It is interesting. I do not know why you go to so much trouble with these with these ingredients, though. They are good on their own. You must feel the sea in your meal. You not erase it.
Yes. Yes, it is very good. Yes. You know, I say like as if I misunderstood you. And I like keep casually
Yeah.
drinking and eating. You'll notice that I don't drink any of the wine, but
Yeah.
it's brought out anyway.
And I'm like playing. I'll like have one of the crab claws that I like kind of ripped all the flesh out of, and I'm like playing with it with Sanam. Like like just like sitting at the table, just like playing with her. Like she like like pretending to like claw her fingers and stuff like that, and she's like, ah. And just like sitting there having a good time. I'm sure you guys are not used to like having someone playing with a child at your dinner table, but that's how it's gonna go. So.
Yeah, I mean there's no real notable reaction. I'm just looking at that like, oh dear, kind of thing. But I don't say anything. I just kind of. But
And as you
and like actually, at the end of the meal, I say like there's a bit of a toast that I bring up like this bowl thing, and I gesture out towards you to comfort.
And like I don't know what you're doing, so I say yes, comfort, yes is okay.
And you see me like gesture to a glass next to you, like go on, like to pick it up.
So
and do it.
I pick it up and like just like stare at it like. Well,
and then like I lean over and I tap it and I say, "In safety," and I pull it back and I lap.
This is strange custom. What is the purpose of this? This.
It is the Claymen. You know them?
I have met Clayman before. Yes.
Do not call them that. They
No,
are
no.
human. Is their name? They are people. This is a mannerism that they do to make a point, to celebrate. Could mean many things, but this night is for celebration.
As you say that, this night's for celebration. one of the Dawan servants come, Master.
Yes.
I apologize to interrupt your meal this
Go on,
evening,
speak.
but there are men here for you. They say they are from the night of this place, the Orc you had visited upon our departure here. They wish an audience with you. I have told them you are at rest at the moment. They are insistent.
And I just like wave to Sarah, like I nod and I sort of wave him away a bit, like okay. If you would excuse me, or I say to Nali, like as if like like Nezvok's not there, kind of like I look.
Yeah.
If you would excuse me,
Yeah.
and I say and she says that I just sort of get up and I leave the table. And I try to go like I go to the doorway, and as I'm going to the doorway, I just gesture to to humans to like flank me, and then I open the door and I normally there was a look of like I rolled my eyes a bit, kind of like but normally I wouldn't take an audience, but as I am new to these lands, it's best to show that
I'm just like you guys. Yeah, I'm
Right.
very friendly. So.
And you get on. There's two satyrs there, and you would probably recognize them since you're quite attentive to such things. Two of the individuals who were present, like one of Lord Kerala's entourage. Azad is your name. Is my accent.
What language are they speaking?
Thraxa. They are
Okay.
speaking Thraxa to you.
I just look at them.
Lord Kerala wishes your presence in the town. The ceremony is underway, and the oath of fealty is to begin in relatively short order. He would have you and your household present. So I believe that was agreed upon.
You know, I raise a hand up, like, and I sort of like shake my head, kind of. Shoma shoma de yobo bechada, alashana shishi shana. Of course, I'm saying something in shish to them.
Okay. To them, like you, as if you.
Yeah, like just to
done it.
these sitters, like I'm saying something to them, and I'm playing it off like I don't understand what they're saying.
And they switch to Pelganese, which I believe they saw you speaking.
Yeah.
And they repeat the question or the statement.
I no understand why tonight late tired old too much wine sleep late night too much.
One of them speaks up. Lord Kerala has already made you aware of the ceremony taking place this evening, for it is the 55th day, as you were told. You would be most displeased
55th
if...
no. 55th no. Night late wine no.
Very well.
And like I look at them like I'm I don't know what's going on, kind of like.
Give me a guile if you're trying.
No doubt.
I mean,
Trying to play off. I don't. Oh, the dice are with me now, boys. Alright. Let me. I got a 32.
okay. They definitely seem to buy it that you're not. Maybe you're drunk.
Like I didn't understand. Like I didn't understand. Like
You're
I'm
not
playing
good.
like 55th no. Like I
Then
no,
they
it's not
turn to
today.
the guard who they spoke with before.
Yeah.
Tell your master that Lord Kerala wishes their presence in the town. There is a ceremony of importance which he is expected to be present for. He'd be
Oh.
most displeased.
And
if he
I
does not.
nod. And I nod like as if I'm thinking and I nod like, oh, it's not tonight, but oh, thanks for telling me it's coming up. Okay, kind of thing. Like,
Okay.
I'm not like, yeah, thank you. Late, no, 55, no.
Okay.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So they turn and
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
and leave.
Thank you.
Uh,
55. Oh, and I turn and I leave.
I mean, your guardsman tells you exactly what they're
Yeah.
saying, but I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
He just he doesn't say anything actually to the he just
Yeah.
says to you what they said. And then is stone faced. He's a guard, and he's trained well and paid well. So they leave.
Well, I mean, they're talking Pelganese. I know Pelganese. I mean, yeah, I was just speaking them.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously understood everything they were saying. So, but they leave. They don't push the issue.
Yeah. I mean, the two servants that are with me, I just we just go on and I play it off like it's and I play it off like, oh damn, how forgetful of me.
Okay.
I just look at my servants, go ahead and sit down, relax. I'll be sure to make better plans next time.
Okay. So the festivities continue or wrap up or what have you.
Yeah. My apologies, I say as I enter back. I sit down.
Okay. The evening continues. Siren Food Wednesday. Dinner time at Azad's Manor House. As the satyrs leave, we follow them. And speed ahead as we change scenes. To the center of town. To Holix and Avachov. I don't know how Avachov has been taking it, but to Holix, no doubt, with your stony patience, who've been keeping clear to your stated purpose, and only you, of course, can see the wisps of spirits to and fro. But as you've been here for a couple hours at this point, you're
actually Avachov, like he would have been like going along what the Aaron was doing for a while, but then like his stomach would be grumbling and he would be looking around if anyone has any food nearby.
There is food.
Right now,
what?
Yeah. Okay. Give me a description of where is food.
So there is. So as the early afternoon passes into the mid and perhaps late afternoon, as you take your leave, perhaps up to Holix.
I mean, this would have been like 2 hours after. Like I think it was like noon, 12. So probably like around 2, he would have been already like, okay, I'm buried. I'm buried. Around that, more or less.
So there are, as things sort of take shape around you, it's quite clear to both of you that this town commons is being stocked for some sort of celebration or a ceremony of some sort. There aren't actually any like. It's not like there's food stalls or anything like that, but there is food set out on sort of stalls to. It actually doesn't look like one has to pay for at least today's food around here anyway.
So
unfortunately,
there's meat on top of schools?
There is not meat. There is not meat.
Okay.
There is only
food, like,
right.
I mean, an ogre thinks of food, it's meat.
Right.
Like
meat, yeah, there isn't any meat here. There's a lot of there's a lot of produce. In fact, it's vegetables, fruit and vegetables.
Oh yeah, no. And actually, he's gonna tell the Holix, I will go. I need to eat, so I will go search for meat, and I will meet you around here after I get some meat. I say, and I'm gonna go around town looking for wherever I can see any meat. I'm gonna try sniff around.
I nod at that, but I don't comment.
Okay.
I keep patrolling and making my vigil round.
Actually, if I don't find it on the road, I'm very likely to just go back to the coast where we were because I know, fish are there. So unless I find meat on the way, I'm likely to, this
So
is
you
too
search
optimistic.
around and you search around for some
Mhm.
time. You see the closest you can find to any meat, they're like dried fishes on like sticks. You're not going to find like a mutton shank, anywhere here, or a turkey leg, or anything like that. That's sort of the closest you can find.
Yeah, fish is meat. I mean, okay, see,
Okay.
I find these. I mean, meat is meat. Like carnivore, you're just dead animal.
Okay. So
Straightforward.
you find
Yeah,
some
not saying
eventually.
it's really
And
irrelevant.
as you're wandering around looking for this,
Mm-hmm.
you see by this point
Mm-hmm.
the pool in the center of the town is almost completely filled with water at this point.
I'm confused because I went out of that scenario unless in the way I found
Well, I'm saying as part of your searchings, you probably searched the town square first, and then you branched out to some of the streets. Is
Okay,
probably
sure.
what
Yeah,
you-
okay.
You saw all this as part of your.
Then
You're
I
looking
would
around.
I would ask anyone with the fish stick. I would ask them, where do you get that?
Yeah, and they eventually like point you in the direction. But what you see as you're doing this is you see, if you envision I'm calling it the town square. It's a misnomer, but I think we all understand what that kind of is. Is an ovoid is an ovoid shape, and at various points on the outer diameter of this area, there are different. You see this, and perhaps Daholics you do as well. I don't know if you stand right where you are and you do not move. If you wander about here, you see this as well. But other groups of orcs performing rites of some description, and I think they're all in languages you don't speak. Both of you, in various languages. You see you see this, the orcs you noticed before on the beach. You see the a sort of a small pile, or almost like a cairn of pebbles and rocks upon which are the is another strange kind of twisting shell that sticks up from them, and there are like fish bones scattered about this this thing. Looks almost like an altar or something. They're praying before or doing something before. And in another area of the you see a great wooden wheel that has been doused in oil and has been lit aflame. And you see other orcs almost speaking to the wheel. You see the same thing before a bushel of apples. Another before you see there's 6 of these individuals. There's another. It looks like there's 2 other, I'm going to say, stations where there are a group of orcs present, but don't look like they're engaged in any active incantations, shall we say, at the present moment. It's unclear what they're for, what they're doing. And feel free to give me, if anyone has occultism or theology.
Right now, Avachov is not really, maybe he caught glimpses of that, but he's right now he's very hungry and he's thinking about food, and that's probably
Okay.
the last thing.
So we'll skip ahead to the you get enough food that you're.
Oh, okay, good.
Satisfied.
Okay, so, but how did that go? Because I'm actually interested in that scene. Did they just free food?
Yes, it's free food. Yep.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. Could you describe the scene? I'm interested in that scene.
So as you wander about taking in these sights, you see them, but you're not terribly. It doesn't matter to you right now. You have a particular, and in fact, you're kind of like spiteful against these people. They still give you a very wide berth, and all you see is clearly these people are jealous of the love and acceptance that you possess through Zanzaro's love that you have that they don't have. So it's perhaps a relief to you to see there are various areas where people could get food. Again, most of it is vegetables. Some of it there's mushrooms and fungi about, but there's also some dried fish which are there. You see people, more and more people as the day goes on, coming into this square. And the square becomes even more crowded and populated as the hours pass and the day goes on. But you see, there's
how does the play?
Yes.
No, I am actually curious. This is something very focal to my character, like because of prejudice I have spoken before. So, like, where do I get the food? How does it look? Who is giving it out? Like, and when I say food, I mean meat.
There's an orc. There's an orc who's standing in front of a couple barrels.
Okay.
And the barrels are filled with these fishes on sticks.
Okay.
It's all huge, like. It's like yay big, right? You know what I mean? It's something like that. Handheld for a human or an orc.
Notices that everyone is taking, and he's very startled because, like, very little ago, he spoke of trade, and it made sense to him that these people wouldn't know of the charity, of the love, but right now it's like they don't seem to be trading for anything. So he looks at the orc and he asks in Thraxa, I see you are giving food. How is it so that you give food freely? You are giving food freely.
On this
I ask
day,
is like this, my hand on the barrel already, and I'm like,
yeah. We, the people of this community, provide freely upon this day for the ceremony to commence, that will shortly commence, is of great import and value to us. We are all as one upon this day, and such payment and trade is not required. Each of the farms and the fishermen and the mushroom harvesters give freely of a portion of their harvest to the town, to the people on this day. It is a special evening. For today is the day of reflection, as no doubt you are aware, even one such as you.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not very aware. I'm not from around here.
I see this and it's a surprise to me. I thought you were all people of trade, and I see this and I think there must be some great wisdom or some, I say, compassion. There's some compassion, and as I speak, probably there's some fish going, to the face of the rock. There's a compassion, and I see great love in this. I congratulate you, for you have surprised me, giving me a surprise of joy. I say, and then like I look to the place that he was referring to, and then the ritual, and now I am now especially curious of the ritual, because it inspired these people to actually act more like they would if they were people of Sansero. So I take, and right now I'm gonna take like a lot, like, and I'm gonna have it like this. I say, "Well, thank you very much. I will look at the ritual and try to understand its wisdom." And then I go towards a place, and probably there's a pair of fish that fall, and I just keep eating, and maybe go back on my feet and take the fish.
He doesn't stop you. He stares at you.
It's very impressive, but I'm just describing the scene.
Yeah,
and then on, like with his belly out now a bit quelled, he actually looks with a lot of interest to the ritual right now, and he's gonna try to look for anything that even remotely reminds him of Sansero, because there must be something in here that's apparently making these people act like.
Give me a theology roll.
Okay. Let's see. Let me.
I'll describe it for the both of you. I got your roll as well, Tolix.
Oh. There you go.
Cosmology would apply, by the way. I think you've asked that before.
How much did I roll? 1 and a 7. Okay. So that's just gonna be either 11 or 12. Let me confirm that.
That's fine. Okay, so nothing reminds you of Zansero at all. That is quite clear to you, Avachov.
Okay.
Nothing. This is very different to anything you've seen any of the clerics of Zansero perform in Zanseroheim. No Zanserim you're aware of conducts rituals like this. None of them are in a language that you speak to or you speak. And there's several different rituals happening. First, you think they're rituals happening. It's just weird to you, and it's definitely not. It's not about Zansero. You're clear about that. To Holix, you likewise are not sure exactly what's going on. What you do detect is it's clear to you that there's something. These incantations are clearly regarding the various Elder Creators, at least most of them. You can clearly see wheels. Wheels are associated with Morgul, and it's on fire. You can clearly see the presence of some sort of incantation, either supplicating or involving Leviathan, Morgul, Damar, and Igvale. And yes?
With the 12, because it was a 12, I wouldn't recognize anything from Igvale because it's a parent of Sansero. I think. Yeah. Igvale and...
Okay, it's still very different than anything, but okay, you recognize at least Igvale, and that's it, actually. Igvale is the only
okay.
thing you recognize. And Tullis, you see this well, that's what you and what's going on here doesn't it doesn't seem like any mysticism that you're aware of. Also, you don't detect any Tehulian mysticism regarding that that statue, which you've been here for long enough. I'm going to say it's the statue, to describe it a bit more clearly, is carved of a stone. It looks like a stone similar to the like cairns you see jutting out throughout this landscape. The same kind of stone that is. It must be a prevalent here, but through it all, it looks like it's been built in pieces, not carved out of a single block. In between the joins for a lot of the pieces that form a stylized humanoid shape, which is just a like a humanoid form, sort of with like arms crossed like this, but standing tall. Is other materials sort of slotted into the cracks and the joins between the different blocks here that make up the statue. There's also like a couple like necklaces and raiments that are put on top of this statue of gold and silver and copper and other, even some iron as well, and some sort of semi-precious stones that you're perhaps not familiar with. Maybe you are, but an assortment of semi-precious stones. We'll leave it at that. For the eyes of this statue, you see, it looks like twin orbs of cut glass have been used to represent eyes for this statue. And the ghosts continue to gather around it, much as the living people here are gathering around this reflecting pool, which at this point has sort of has been filled completely to the brim, and the ripples of the water which has been poured are beginning to still. And as I'll let, if there's anything you guys wish to do before I describe anything further, you may do.
Well, I will. When you describe, Abachov will be particularly interested on anything that's happening close to the Igbalian, parts, because that's like he's thinking right now. Okay, somehow they might, like he's thinking wherever there's love or something similar to love, there's a way in which Sansiro must be here, because only she has, only she can give true happiness. So even if something looks like it, she must be like kind of around. So he will be I will be particularly interested in it, because Abachov is gonna be picking up on that more particularly.
Yeah, you're not able to. What you see is a bunch of orcs, 4 of them in particular, gathering about a post that's been put in the ground here, which has some branches coming off of this post, upon which are various bells and wind chimes. There are 2 of the orcs have large feather fans, which they are blowing, or they are fanning, I should say, into these wind chimes, which are continually making this the tinkling sound of wind chimes being making noise in the breeze. Again, they're all a lot of them are talking in a very low voice, but in a very exotic language. You've never heard it before. You've never heard it before. One of the orcs was standing directly in front of this post with all these wind chimes and bells on it. Has you're not sure what it is. It's a collection of large bird feathers that are sort of put into this kind of like wooden handle. It's weird. It doesn't look like any tool that you're familiar with. It just looks like a bunch of feathers that have been anchored to a single point. And there's an easy way to hold them. And that's all that you see. And he's gesticulating and speaking, and has been for some time, since you've gotten here. Not just him, but all these other people. In fact, as you're paying particular attention to this, you see on all the orcs in front of this Igvalian, whatever it is going on, sweat and perspiration actually coming off of these orcs, and you can tell there's great strain and effort being put into this worship of Igval. You're not sure why. Again, it looks very different to anything you've seen in Zanzarheim. There isn't any effort. There's no perspiration. There's no gritted teeth or effort really put forth into anything. Everything is effortless. You open your mind, and Zanzaro just shines forth. It's very strange to you. It doesn't quite click for you, but that's what you see.
But yeah, Abachov has his own thoughts on that, and after you talk a bit with Tuhulix, because he's been very patient, Abachov is likely gonna go back to the orc he talked with to talk some more and ask questions.
Mostly I have been walking around, keeping a very good eye on all of this ghostly activity, and to make certain to interfere if there would be some soul thieving going around or some harassment of the dead. I'm almost reacting overprotectively, looking very intensely at anyone I would assume to be capable of mystical prowess or something to affect them. I do give some glances to the other rituals of worship that appears to be around here, but after, okay, there's the Morghulian worship. I see them torching a wheel. There's some wind chimes and feathers over there, and such. But I note them, but I don't interact with them. My focus is almost entirely on the ghosts and making certain that they are safe for the psychopomps that are to arrive, I assume, at the culmination of this ritual. And this statue that they seem to be focusing around, this vaguely humanoid-esque figure, I do see some resemblances into Hool in it, as this is relatively featureless, as I understood it, stone humanoid, but it's decorated in many metals and stones of various precious variety, which I know are down there. So I assume that this is some Tuhulian focal point, and whatever ritual is going on, probably led by these orcs, I do not intend to interfere with it you don't interfere with Tuhulian ritual. That's dangerous for the ghosts. So I am making sure that no one interferes with the ghosts and the orcs doing this, what I assume to be Tuhulian miracle worship.
Hmm.
I'm probably even scaring away would-be supplicants from this monument as I walk there
No
with
doubt.
my intent, glowing gaze.
So you meet up together, and time passes. But as the last vestiges of twilight are still upon the sky and upon the ground here, you see many orcs and many humans as well. Several satyrs as well, though not as many as the orcs or the humans, are present here in this large open area where no buildings have been constructed. And again, it's all of packed dirt and even of grass in certain places. No flagstones or pavements here. You see, as this this happens, many of the people here, being residents, turn towards the reflecting pool and to the statue that stands just above it. And much of the murmur and the din of the crowd lessens somewhat, and then lessens a great deal until there's a great silence over this place. And soon after, you see two orcs come forth. One, you don't recognize either of them, of course. One of them coming from one end of the clearing, and another from another end, walking through and sort of meeting up together beneath the stone statue, standing before the reflecting pool, which now is completely motionless and resembles, it's as if it were a sheen of pure silver. It gives a perfect reflection of the night sky and of any individuals sort of standing around it. One of these orcs is tall. Still, they're both hunched over, of course, dressed in a vest or a vestment of several pieces of wood, strips of wood, which are woven together over the chest and over the back. You can see there's some script carved into each little panel of wood. You can't make out what they are. No shoes, no other clothing of any meaningful description. A slight skirt of nondescript fabric. In one hand, he holds, it almost looks like a polished piece of wood, dark like mahogany, at the top of which it's clearly some sort of club or scepter of some sort. There looks to be at the top spikes, almost like rail spikes, though not as long as that, of pure gold, hammered into this piece of wood at different angles, so that it might resemble like a crude mace, though it doesn't look like that is what its purpose is. Different angles, so that it sort of covers the top portion of this tree branch, this piece of wood that he holds. The other orc is somewhat smaller, somewhat older, has tattoos running up to the elbow of its left arm, and it looks like a strand of tattoos running up the upper side of the right arm as well. There are various things like trinkets or charms tied to the tusks, the orc's tusks, which also look like they've been carved as well, like some manner of scrimshaw has been done to the orc's tusks while he's still alive and they're still in him. Apart from that, no weapon, no nothing. The only other object of note, he also has a skirt on, but no other clothes on, save for a piece of skull, like the upper portion of a skull, which is sort of worn on his face like a mask and is sort of fastened with a leather thong along his the back of his head, up to like the upper teeth, and just rests on his face there. And there's even a second sort of set of tusks, which are his tusks going to come from here, but this mask sitting on top of it. It's almost like a tusk over another tusk, because so clearly an orc skull, or part of an orc skull, being worn by this figure. No words are spoken except for the continual murmuring chants of these various individuals that you see. And slowly, attendants, orcs as well, perform some preparation. You're not sure what they're doing, but with a rising volume in each of these, perhaps they're priests, voices, you see that cairn that holds a spinning, spirally sort of seashell begin to glow for a brief moment, and then sort of spouts water out of the top of it and spills out down onto the dirt and onto the pebbles. That wheel ignites into white hot flame for a brief moment and spins somewhat. A great breeze blows through the wind chimes. Then you see that one group of orcs that were not attending to anything during the entirety of the day, and as the last moments of the sun leave the horizon, a shard of perhaps quartz or maybe glass, you're not sure, is raised up by one of these priests. The light catches on it and reflects different shards of light touching that wheel of fire, that spout of water from that seashell, the feathers on top that post which blow with the clanging and chimes of the bells. The orc with the skull mask speaks obviously in Thraxa. We are here, each of us, to remember where every one of us, be we orc, human, satyr, or other species who call these lands home, recall our past, where we have come from, who we are, what we still strive for. We are here to remember the legacy which has been lost to this world for far too long. We are here to renew our vows of fealty and loyalty to that which is most important. We are here to remember what this world should be. And as he says that, orcs at his side take strands of rope, tie it at different points to the different altars that are present here, making a kind of like, sigil. And as they do so, they tie back and forth and rejoin at that final altar, which has gone unattended so far. One of the orcs present there drags forth from a cage which has been brought out a satyr who struggles and screams and tries to break away. You can see there's some word or something that's carved on this satyr's forehead. Blood runs down, obscuring no doubt his vision, getting into his eyes. He's pushed up against a wooden post, tied at the neck, at the shoulders, at the torso, at the hips, at the thighs, and at the shins. An orc, one of the ones who dragged him out, places his hands over his head and his face and brings it down. He whispers something, but you're too far to hear what it is. Takes out, it looks like a thorn, as if from a rose bush, but much larger than any rose that you have seen. Speaks some words over it. He drives it into his chest, right over where the sternum is, over where the heart might be. And you, Daholics, you all see this, but you, Daholics, clearly, you're attuned to this. You get the immediate sensation of something unnatural, something wrong, something dirty, something unclean that should not be. You see, in a very short amount of time, over the span of perhaps a minute, the wound which bleeds around that wooden thorn bleeds, but inflames as well the wound around it, like veins, coming outwards, as if the inflammation is spreading out through the blood vessels. And the satyr goes limp. You feel the presence of sickness, of some manner of disease in the air.
I immediately stiffen in my patrol, as that you could stiffen further, but my gaze is immediately focused, drawn from the ghosts around me, as through my ghost eyes I can also, I assume, see the life leak out of the satyr as this profane thing is happening to it.
He doesn't die, but you do feel that, you do sense that. He's not dead yet, but his ghost does not rise forth, but you can almost see the spread of some manner of contamination through this poor soul.
I keep watching, and as I observe this, again, the color of the world removes itself from my vision even further, so that it is as if I am watching grainy, grey, white, and black. And there I see the infection upon this creature's flesh, the squirming, writhing, tentacular shadows, which it is immediately registered as foul and abominable. And I pull my bow, and I open my quiver, and I pull out a golden tipped arrow. And I look again to see how this thing spreads, as I assume this infection takes over the flesh.
It does, though you don't ever see the ghost of this satyr emerge over the body. The contamination seems to be somehow contained within this form, rather than overtaking and sort of running rampant and being the start of a whole new plague of something horrific.
That is abominable. Too far. It is profane. I aim. I shoot.
Okay.
Where that thorn was stuck into its chest, I pull the bow and I kill that demon with my golden tipped arrow.
Give me an attack roll. Actually, let me do this.
15. The damage is 9.
The damage is fine. Okay. So you let loose this bull, as you see, the orcs were tying these ropes. At least that's what it looks like. These various altars look like they were about to tie to this satyr. Who's strapped to this post. You let loose that glowing golden arrow, and it pierces the heart of this satyr, right exactly where you aimed. There's no reaction from the satyr. There's no cry of pain or surprise. It looks like you're shooting a sleeping man, who, it just goes right through, and you do at that point feel the life force leave the body, but also is totally consumed at that point, at the moment of death, consumed by that corruption, which absolutely does at that point spread throughout the entire corpse at this point, turning it wholly necrotic. And almost like it starts to rot in almost like at an accelerated speed. You know, people, there's immediately commotion at that point, and the orc with the bone mask immediately rushes. In fact, it's as if he's there where he's standing 1 second, and then just appears before the dead satyr, speaks in a tone of Thraxus. So, in fact, it sounds like there's the booming voice is such that it reverberates throughout. He holds his hand out before the satyr's face, dead though it may be. On the crushed moriest alnish and speaking out that tone and that droning out, and you see after a point the body begin to convulse, though there's no life force, and you actually see actually no, you don't see the ghost of this satyr show up, but that body convulses with such force that it shakes the wooden post, which is driven deep into the ground. Flesh and skin flake and slough off, but you see through the power and the command of this orc, whatever it might be doing, the taint, it burns, though it doesn't burn with fire, it destroys that slimy, demon-filled fluid which pulses through the veins of this body, turning it into naught but vapor, but blackened smoke, which fills the air with a putrescent smell. But it wafts through the air and completely dissipates, leaving the body completely ruined. It's actually even more horrific and bizarre than perhaps you would even imagine. It almost looks like the body has been burned, but there's no burn marks. There's no, seared flesh. There's no boiled fat. It's just as if, the whole body has just been ruined. Portions of the flesh have just been, disintegrated. It's not natural. It looks like a horrifically burned satyr, but it's not fire. And if that makes sense. And at this, well, go ahead and react. You can react before I continue.
Yeah, I see the results of this as I fire away that arrow, and I keep looking to see if, with my sensations of locating contaminated, is the taint still there?
No.
Good. Now I am looking for the orc who put the thorn in its chest, because that's obviously a dark cultist who needs to die.
He's there.
Tuff's reaction would be the moment he notices people, because I think he was, or I'm not sure if that concluded when that happened, he was on the looking at the Belian part, but when all these people start, the commotion and the thing is and he looks and he goes he immediately goes looking for Tahulix, and he looks at this horrible, absolutely weird, unnatural sight, and he looks at Tahulix that has his weapon, the bow, outside of he just and probably the arrow was still there for a moment, I assume. So
it's still in the body.
Yeah. So basically, I connect the dots, and I'm confused, and really terribly scared. I wonder if that was the arrow. I wonder if that was because I do not have by any means the the knowledge that my ally has here. So I'm very afraid right now, and even afraid of Tehulix after that. Even then, as the people like scatter and stuff, I try to compose myself. This is for answer. I must remain close. I must remain close. And I go almost like trembling with each step, like as I go towards Tehulix, because I'm very fucking scared right now. I've never seen shit like that. So and it was from one arrow. Right now, Avachov thinks it probably like Tehulix did it, and that guy deserved it. He doesn't understand, all the subtleties that would be completely unknown to him. So he trembled, like his knees tremble as he like he practically is willing himself to be near Tehulix, and well, he does manage to overcome his fear due to his piety to Sansero.
Okay.
My gaze is at the moment almost entirely fixed upon that orc who laid that blasphemous touch on the satyr. That thing spread the taint willingly. That cannot stand. And I take steps further towards it so I can get a better aim. And again, I'm not fast at all, so it obviously has some time to react as I go for the quiver and pull out an iron arrow.
You move up, and you hear a voice from beneath the statue. The individual you spoke to briefly before. Hold your arrows, child of death. You misunderstand our ways. You misunderstand what is at work here.
Hold your tongue! You are the one who misunderstands. I say as I'm still shaking, my knees horribly shaking, and I'm going forth and close to Tehulix and trying to defend, come be myself in between this orc and Tehulix so that this orc doesn't interfere in whatever proper cleansing Tehulix is currently.
Hold your tongue, Zansarim.
I look towards this orc. It was the orc with the face paint that looked Tuhulian in my eyes, correct?
Say again?
Was this the orc that had the Tuhulian aspects about him? Only because of my respect for Tuhul and my part in Death's Square and that cycle of life and death, I look towards him and bluntly say, "Why do you harbor warlocks?"
You will find no warlock here.
Then what spread the taint? And now I step up in front of this orc, all my grades of intimidate.
Thraxa.
As I now stand close enough to grab and maybe gore or bite the orc, as I look upon it in my full imposing figure.
Silence yourself and learn, if you wish answers.
Be careful with whom you are silencing! I say in both fear and coming to my fearful self.
He doesn't seem intimidated by you, Tehulix. Not that perhaps that's what you might not have intended, but you got right.
He was very intimidating, but
yeah.
I still do that, and I still.
Much of the people here are absolutely backing away, and there's panic has not set in, but it's very close. This is not how the evening was meant to commence. What do you see before you? Talking to you, Oran. Do you perceive
Sickness. Contamination. Such cannot spread, for it erodes the world. The warlock must die.
the
Those
darkness
who spread lies must die. Lies against peace.
is a part of Kvegathale. It must not spread, but only through its binding can one understand the true scope of what this world truly is. These words no doubt make little sense to you, but know that none here would abide the spread of the taint of the demonic, or the forces of darkness are the true enemies of this world. A fact that your creator has forgotten by allying herself with fool gods who have imprisoned the creators, or the protectors of this world. Hold down your weapon. And learn
Lies! You speak lies! You are speaking lies.
And the orc with the sort of skull mask, who sort of finished his destroying of this spirit, who looks out, looks right at you, Abachov. You speak of lies. He shakes his head. Give me a meditation mind control roll.
Oh, that's terrible. But sure, let's go. Okay. How much did I actually get? Let me see, how much did I get? Okay. That's 8. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. 8. 8. That would be. I think my modifier is 0, or it might be negative. 3. Yeah, it's -4. -4 is my modifier, so I just got a 4. That's what I got.
Great. Okay.
Because my
Okay.
paroxysm also like trample
Right.
my.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's 4 in total.
So this orc speaks to you. We're gonna go. This may require a soliloquy from you right now. This orc, as you get even angrier and angrier, and you deaf to the those who tell lies. You be careful who you lie. You just that rage, despite that love of Zansero being around these people, you start to, and your fucking hulking 10-foot frame and your massive form, and those veins, on your all over your body, rippling muscle. As this this dialogue with Daholix and that orc going on, you look like you're about to to lose it. This orc, not the Tahulian one, but the one with the mask, that turns from that body and looks at you, and you can't see his eyes because they're covered beneath this skull mask. But you can feel it, and you can feel it palpably, as if it's a physical, like someone's pushing against your mind. But as that push is there as well, you can feel that anger and that hatred with those words. And you can tell they're in Thraxa, and you speak Thraxa, but you can't make them out. You can't make out the words. It's as if it's perhaps a dialect, or perhaps it's just spoken in such a weird accented way. Then no, it's not that. There's multiple voices sort of talking at once, you feel, and the syllables is everything sort of cancels itself out, so that you're speaking Thraxa to you, but the meaning, at least vocally, is lost to you, and all you feel is the sensation, is the influence, is the very will and the mind of this orc enter yours, and you feel that hatred, that paroxysm. You feel that anger that's innate to your people. You are a child of rage by birthright, though you might claim to be a child of Zansero, and that's what you focus on. That's what you feel. You hate these people because they don't love Zansero, because these people are less than you are. They're less than the people of Zanseroheim. Why can't these fucking people just accept what is truth? It's so simple. As you feel this torrent of emotion, I'm going to let you go in a second, but that hatred and that piety to Zansero, it all is, you can feel it being drawn out of you, drawn to the forefront of your mind, so that's all that is present. And the hate and the piety, the love and the rage, it all becomes a torrid storm in your mind until things get, confused. I hate these people. I hate Zansero. I love these people. I hate these people. It's a huge torrent in your mind, but you feel all these things being stripped, these convictions being stripped from you. So if you would go to a soliloquy, describe these horrible thoughts that you're having as your very being, your very perceptions are turning in on each other. Nothing makes sense anymore. You don't know. You're in a storm, you're in a hurricane, and there is no point of anchor. You don't, at this moment, have well, I think I've described it enough. I'll let you take it away, and then I'll tell you what's happened to you.
Okay. So, like, as he speaks these words to me, and I feel them almost as if I'm like, and then I feel them as if they were pressing my forehead, like putting my body back. They were pressing, and I feel the sensation, the peace, the love of Zansero that's usually at the back of my head, like goes like washing to the sides and then mixing with the hatred and the confusion. I start having like almost like painful flashbacks, but not of images, but of sounds of my own voice in my head. Not very long ago, where I was just thinking, these people are simply misguided. I can see why Zansero wants their hearts. They are trying to be loving, and they don't know how to truly love. And then that thought that was before, that was pity, that was understanding, that was now I understand why Zansero wants them. Now there comes hate. They don't understand. She must have already taught them Whatever lady told them. They don't understand. Lies, I shout. You're lies. You're lies and of hatred and of stupidity and ignorance. All I am happy, you stupid fools. You stupid fools. Oh, you beat my children. Because of science, you could be doomed. Or you could just be my food. Because Angela wants me fat. And she will have your hearts even if it's on in the inside of my belly. I say, and I start shouting fucking at people and start, I start leading, commenting on the people and making the expressions with my teeth and, all hell goes loose from there on. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to send you something via Facebook. Give me one moment.
Sure.
Okay. So you see this happen. Well, it doesn't look like anything has happened really, except Avachov has let his inner rage go through, almost get the better of him. Like ready to attack, and then falling, in his own inner demons. Not literally. There's. I'll let you react to that. The Terhullian does not say anything to you. You have you can go ahead. Or if you're silent, he will speak.
Hello?
Yes?
Hello?
Yes.
Who goes ahead?
Say again?
Who goes ahead? Can you hear me?
The orc. The orc is speaking to Hollix.
Okay.
Put aside your bow. Alron, you are not blinded as your companion has been. Your purpose is noble, though you do not understand the full weight of the task you have taken unto yourself. There is much more that you could learn. Do not make the mistake of your companion.
I look that orc in the face as it speaks to me, my own visage emotionless, and I take one glance towards Avachov. What kind of state does he seem to be in at the moment?
Like a fugue state. But not attacking anybody at the moment. He's sort of like, almost, there's demons within his own mind.
Mm.
Not, you know what I mean. there's no contamination from it.
Yeah.
Actually, for what you said to me by Facebook, right now I'm gonna start attacking people. No doubt.
You're not free of the broil of emotions just yet.
No, I mean attacking people because of what you just said to me on Facebook. Unless
I know. That's fine. Just give it one moment.
Okay.
You're still in.
In the
As
transformation.
this is going on, that hasn't resolved yet.
Okay.
But I look towards him in the current state he's in, and then my eyes go back to that one orc who pushed the contaminated thorn into the chest of this sacrifice. And again, all the color is drained from my vision. That hissing echo in what would be my ears if I had them starts to come forth again, and I try to see if there is any taint in the one who cast this blasphemy.
No.
And that takes me aback as I, in this moment, search my own kind of ancestral memories through the various existences of my past and previous lives. I know I have seen taint in those worshippers of the moons. I know that those who cast such profound blasphemies, who brings demons here and make them manifest and contaminate things, I know that they are black in the soul, but I don't see this in this individual in front of me, and I am very confused. But I keep staring at him or her. I don't know genders on these things. But I take in every physical detail of this being. The shade of its skin, the length of its tusks, whatever decoration it wears and dons upon it. The facial expression, the accoutrements it used in this ritual.
Give me an occultism roll. If you have it.
$12.
I'm going to say, since, you've been standing here for hours at this point, and you can clearly see the somewhat similarities between what is going on each of these so-called altars. This is... You don't know anything more about this than what I'm going to tell you, but you can surmise, given where you are, and the fact that you've already realized that things seem... You think this is mysticism, but it's not like any other mysticism. This is quite likely a summoner. Based on seeing what has been going on in all these other, the fire, the water, the earth, the air, and then the light and the darkness. And in fact, you've been listening and being at attention as these sort of rituals, well, not rituals, but things have been going on. You notice for the first time those strands that have been tied to each of these likely bound spirits of various elder creators. The strands that have tied them all, with the exception of this satyr. So you don't take its meaning, but there's some sort of arcane significance, some occult significance to the angles with which the the strands have been sort of pulled and tied together, such that once this glyph was complete, well, you don't know what would have happened, but something was clearly more at work was here than just appeasing Ahriman or using the sacrifice to spread the taint to other people. And clearly this individual is not a warlock, because you don't detect the taint on him, but you can surmise with some degree of certainty that this is a summoner.
When I do take down this orc's every physical feature and put them to memory, I have marked him for death. He just doesn't know it yet. But I observe the situation around me. I can't kill him. Not like this. Or if I try, this existence of me will be terminated by all those around me. So I do keep staring at that profane creature that brought forth contamination, willingly brought forth the outer darkness. I stare at him. But I do give the Tuhulianly marked orc my bow, and I let it go. But I am still staring at that black practitioner. I will kill him. One day, I will kill him.
Okay. Abachov?
Well, I don't know. In which has the process ended?
You can act in whichever way you interpret appropriate.
Yeah, Abachov is gonna. Whoa. I really grilled my voice there. Abachov is gonna start eating people right now. He's gonna grab the person closest to him. He's gonna smack him to the floor and hitting him.
You don't need to roll against the people here. So describe your one action.
Yeah, my one action basically is gonna be let's say I take a human, I lift him up, I slammed him horribly to the floor, and as I do, and I have like the leg of the guy here, like you can hear the bones shattering horribly in the ground. At that moment, I first make the first jump, and then I start puking on the body. I start puking and eating and puking and eating, and it's like something's just fucked up on him right now. Like he's a fucking man, and he's basically puking and eating the guy he just probably killed instantly anyways. And that's what's happening. He's gonna keep eating and puking.
Okay.
And the smell of the puked fucking fish right now on the scene must be horrible for anyone who's not a carnivore, probably even for carnivores.
Give me a meditation mind control.
Okay. Let me see. What? That's weird. Okay, I'm gonna roll again because I rolled. Where did I roll? Oh, what the fuck was it? Oh, those are new dice. Okay. How much did I roll? 5, 3. Okay, so that's 8. No, the new ones are 4, 7, 11 minus 4 would be 7, basically. Yeah. No.
Okay.
No, forget that. I have oh no. Actually, that's a lot less now. I have.
That's fine. It doesn't matter. That's fine.
Yeah.
If it's less than what
Because
you've
of
already said.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I keep eating, I guess.
No, you don't. um, you don't even
Attacking
hear anything come forth from. You don't hear anything apart from your own fugue state, rage. You
Yep.
feel in your mind a command that cannot be ignored.
Okay.
A sound of that echoes in your mind, and it's as if whoever the owner of that voice is of such command that even you in this moment you cannot deny it.
Okay. And the command is to stop what I'm doing right now, I assume. What is the command?
The command is to your knees. Do not resist.
Okay. I do that while I keep eating then.
No, you don't. You go to your knees.
Yes.
You stop
Oh,
what you are doing, and you do not
I do stop.
resist. You're being mind controlled.
I know. I'm just. That's why I asked the command, and you
Yeah.
said, and
That's
I can
what it is.
stop eating on me.
People. I said we were on the verge of
Stop
panic.
puking,
There is
so I'm actually
obviously
still
panic
eating.
now, and people are fleeing, as you would too, if you were in this situation.
So I'm puking all over the guy.
That's fine. You can do that.
Okay.
To Holix, you do hear the words being spoken, and you see just that an ogre just let loose, and then just destroy this human, like destroy him. And then with but a word from this orc, it just stops. I guess you're still throwing up. That's fine, but he goes to his knees and just immediately, and just as quickly, other orcs, and in fact, the orc with the golden scepter steps forth. At this point, bindings are put upon you, Avachov, though it matters a lot to you, but you can't do anything about it. You can't sort of. It's like being given. Your mind is still yours. You're still you, but it's just like a brick wall. You cannot even try to negate the command which has been given to you. You can do anything else, but you don't resist. You don't move. Yes?
If I understand, my current command is to kneel and don't eat people. Those are my two current commands. Am I correct?
Don't resist.
That's extremely ambiguous. My two commands are to kneel, and I'm knelt, and I assume stop eating people because you told me that I wouldn't be able to. So I assume that's. I don't know if he said close your jaws. Maybe he said that, or maybe he said don't eat people or don't harm people. Like I'm kneeling. That much I know.
The way it comes across to you is you don't attack the people who are putting bindings on you. You don't resist their approach. And you don't, even though it is
Okay.
It is hateful to you to be put into they're not chains, but bindings to be put upon you. You can't resist. You can't. You can't fight back against these
Actually,
people.
to be honest, like from what you said to me on the Facebook, I kind of like it. I mean, that people are putting binds on me.
Yeah.
Unless you command me
It's
otherwise.
your call,
from what you're from told me in Facebook, it's like, yeah, better that than, you know.
And the amount by which this Magi boosted on your 4 or 7 or whatever meditation mind control roll, it's just boom. You see this happen. Much of the people have, especially around Avachov, have ran terrified for good reason. Avachov, you were brought up, orcs are carrying you, you're completely covered in ropes. Like, it's not like just like, your hands tied behind your back. These people aren't. You look like what you are, and you are a massive, brutish ogre of prodigious strength. You are bound completely. There's almost no part of you that can even sort of start to like move to get that momentum to burst free. And it's not just your wrist, it's your forearms, it's your biceps, it's your shoulders. You're just like that satyr, sort of bound at every point of movement, not to a post, but to you're coiled up. Brought up.
But by the way, I assume my jaw is also bound somehow.
Yes. If you're still gnashing your teeth and biting at people, it will be. If not, then it won't.
I think I cannot because you told me. So no, I'm actually right now I'm deliberately hurting myself. I'm out my own tongue. I'm trying to bleed my lips out. I'm eating pieces of skin around my mouth. Yeah, I'm doing all that shit. Yeah, I never tried to, because you told me one of the commands is not to resist the people that are biting me, so I cannot resist them. But no command was about hurting myself.
You can self-harm all you want. They won't stop you from doing that.
Yeah.
I'm draw you up.
Okay. Right now.
Look upon the face of our enemy. Long have we fought against the imprisonment of the trolls. Long has the world been denied its birthright. Long has darkness gone unchecked. Long has the Shadow King deceived the people and the feeble and petty gods of this world.
Hail the trolls and the enemies of San Zero. Hail them all. Hail the trolls. And I let blood burst out of my mouth. May this body be punctured and filled with their lungs.
Let this
the enemies of San Zero
and horrific sight this eve be a reminder to us all, even here in our ancient homeland, and this most sacred of ceremony. The enforcers sought to drive a knife into our very heart this day. But through the power that is our birthright, the gods may be undone. Then he like holds up like your chin, which is like blood like coming down, like expecting you like an animal. Sort of like shoves your face away as you're like biting pieces of your lip and you're biting your tongue in place, and just blood of the human and of yourself and your own vomit coming down, all over you. He looks away. It takes a knife, a bone knife, cuts his own hand, and lets blood flow, and holds out a wooden cup. Holds it before the orc with the skull mask, who speaks some words under his tongue, and lifts the cup to your mouth, Abachov, and forces you to swallow. Not all of it, just a mouthful.
I spit it out.
Your mouth is held closed.
Okay.
And they forcibly push it down.
The vomit comes out of my nose, so does the liquid. Both the vomit and the liquid comes out of my nose. I mean, blood. I'm probably now. I'm probably at the risk of choking to death on blood and vomit and shit. To be honest,
they'll wait until you pass out if you try to fight them.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna pass out. I mean, honestly,
they do.
Yeah. Horrible.
But you don't die. You don't. I mean, you have to hold on to something, and you pass out for them to die. Such a thing.
Absolutely horrible.
You're still alive. So.
Sure. I'm just saying, but the most fucking horrible fucking remains of fish with mucus and blood and everything dripping on whatever bandages or kind of restraints they put on me, and I passed out.
Holix. The orc stands before you with the same cup, blood within it. This joining is a voluntary affair of our people. It renews the bonds of fealty. It is a symbol to the values we hold and to the loyalties we maintain within our hearts and our minds. You are not a beast, as that monstrosity. We have long known the weakness of the ogre kin. It is why they are kept to their island. It is why they were beaten. It is why most of their kind were banished to the lands beyond the Isles to the south. You have shown restraint. You are a child of a god whose purpose is noble but has been misguided. Your companions spoke of lies. Are you willing to learn the truth behind the lie? Do you think truth came from the words of that animal? And you see, there's blood and shit and whatever coming off his Avachov's face as you're still screaming and in rage against this, what's happening to you. There's much of this world you do not understand. But there is a willingness. I can see a face. What was her name, I wonder? She who kept your life upon this side of the veil. Who was it who allowed you to escape with only, and looks down to your leg, the loss of a limb, not the loss of your soul?
I'm taken aback at the mention of that old memory. How this individual could know that, I can't fathom. But I look it in the eyes, and my gaze is drawn towards Avachov and the corpse right next to him. My ghostly vision still lingering, and the dull glow in my eyes allow me to see whatever became of the individual who was just murdered, the human ghost flittering around in its dumb, vapid state.
Yeah, you see the ghost there. And you were talking about restless spirits. None of the ghosts who you saw today were restless spirits. That one is. Obviously. And it looks absolutely horrified. As if it was conscious throughout the whole agonizing ordeal of its own death.
I observe it, and then I look towards the orc in front of me with its Tuhulian aspects upon it. And then I look back to the ghost. Will you bring psychobombs for the restless?
He looks up at you. He doesn't respond. So he turns his gaze to the ghost, walks away from you, over to it, speaks some words, makes gesticulations. That feeling, that look of horror passes in the ghost's face, as if talking him out of the fear, reassuring. There's still fear on his face, but it's not paralyzing. And you can see him walk, the ghost move into this conglomeration, this group of other spirits. As he comes back to you, the other orcs who are present by the statue all speak. They speak in Thraxa, not in Tehulian. And their words are not words of sentences or of supplications or of even persuasion to calm the spirits. But instead, after a short time, you see the ghost, and no psychopumps appear, but sort of one by one, you see the various ghosts have a look upon their countenance of peace, of sort of acceptance, of an embracing, of a lack of fear. And though there are no psychopumps, it's you're looking at this. I'm just going to say this is somewhat clear to you. This isn't the mysticism of Joust, of Ambira, of Amales, of Tehul. This is necromancy. This is magic that is being spoken over these spirits. But none of them fight against it. None of them are horrified by it. These ghosts are not being bound in, amulets or being sucked into a warlock's body to fuel his or her own foul purposes. With a word and with an expense of magical potency. You don't know how it works, but it does. You know it to your core, given what you are. These ghosts have been laid to rest. They have gone to their proper location, wherever that might be. No journey back to the Isles of Freedom or Order or, wherever they're meant to go, or just back into the Soul Forge to be remade and reborn again. With a word and by the power of these magi, they were given safe passage to the hereafter, wherever that might be.
That takes me aback, and those feelings or sensations of or a need to slay that one or make that one, that drive that to a degree fuels what I am, is stilled for the moment. As perhaps again for maybe the second time in a long time, visible emotion can be seen upon my stony countenance as I am shocked, and in an almost sense of desperation I try to go back through all those memories from so long ago to see what I know and what I have experienced about necromancy and such occultism, and I try to remember all that was witnessed by past lives, what was foul, what was benign, what was benevolent. I try to go through all of these memories that I can, but I am hindered by two particular memories. One fresh and new. My ally murdering and vomiting someone out of fear or some force, and the orc who just plucked forth a memory that I thought only I and perhaps one else knew of. The one that saved me. And I am dumbstruck is perhaps the proper word to use, but it's most likely not even that. But I am immobilized by confusion and indecision as I observe what's happening. I almost want someone just to attack me, for something contaminated to appear, for one of these orcs to force a ghost into a skull or an amulet or something. I want that to happen so I could have a clear course of action. But I don't. And I stand there like the statue that I am, unmoving, racked with a mixture of profound guilt and doubt.
And the last scene and image we will see before passing to soliloquies. The remaining magi pick up the strands of rope which had been left to fall to the ground after the ruckus happened. Now that the satyr is dead, they retrace their footsteps, unbind the shard of glass or quartz crystal which still glows as if a tiny sun, a torch of pure luminescence upon the courtyard here. They unbind it. With a word and a gesture, the light winks out, and the magi bind the remaining altars, shall we say, into a different sort of symbol and sigil. And they speak words as the deed is done, and reflecting within the still surface, despite the chaos that has just occurred, the utterly still surface of the reflecting pool. An image appears, a reflection of the world of Kvegathale, not of the cylinder floating in the outer darkness, but somehow perhaps each of you sees something different in the mirror. It is a representation, it is a view of the world, but it's slightly dulled, it's slightly not quite right. There are aspects to Kvegathale which are missing from this representation, this binding of the various disparate spirits, which are, in some ways, the very elder creators themselves. The light and the dark do not exist in this reflection of the world. Only the physical elements are present in this illustration, shall we say. And the orc with the golden club speaks to the remaining crowd here. A surprising number of people, given what's happened, are still here. A lot of people have gone, but more than you might expect have stayed. And he calls out to the people here, let what has just happened be a reminder, and let it inspire and fill them with conviction as to the dangers of the frailties of gods, but also of the power that they possess, that through remained vigilance, conviction, adherence to the old ways, adherence to magic, by not forgetting the trolls, they may be free. And in so doing, the world might be made balanced and whole once again. And to Holix, you, with a surprise perhaps, you you see and you hear this orc call out for volunteers, basically, and for those with conviction in their hearts of what is right, to let the trolls have some meager reprieve in their imprisonment. Let us take on the pains of hell, but for a moment. Let this day, this cycle, give great Wodur even a meager rest from its torment. And a surprising, almost every single person still here, mainly orcs, followed by humans, even a large selection of satyrs step up. And words are spoken upon each of them in turn. And you feel, and even the magi themselves, words are spoken over each other. And you can feel an influx of power in this space. Like the echo, like ozone, like the tickle of a lightning storm about to happen. As this grouping here are immediately, as a final word of an incantation is spoken, are all racked with agonizing pain. It only lasts for a brief number of seconds, perhaps 5 seconds. You see, as the screams and the cries, even more pained than that of the poor man whom Avachov has laid waste to. The reflecting pool steams for those 5 seconds. And you see it begins to churn and bubble. That stillness is marred by the boiling of water. And you see the gleam of gold and the tongues of bright red flame, redder than Morgul could ever be. That's all you see. You can perhaps guess, given what you are and your affiliations, what that might mean, but any further significance might be lost to you. Perhaps not, but after the 5 seconds end, each of them get up blood running down their noses, even from their eyes and their mouths. But none of them seem sort of angry at the torment they've just been inflicted upon. And they all leave. And the Magi leave. It takes 4 of them to carry away Avachov. Actually, no. Avachov stays there. Still bound. And with that, it's just you and Avachov. We'll pass to soliloquies. Under the pale light of Ahriman, in the dark evening of the 55th day.
You got an order you want anybody to go in, or you want?
I leave it to you.
You go
guys
ahead.
take it away.
Okay. All right. They say that Inasht is not so far. It is to the south. They say. This is interesting. I could go right now. We could escape. We could swim. It would not be impossible. This is what Ian would say. This is what Gaia would say. They would say, go. Leave. Head to your home. Leave this place, this horrible wasteland filled with disgusting people and their foolish customs. They'd say, leave. Take your opportunity. Steal the gold and go. I should do this. To make a better life for Sanam. This is what I should do. But I cannot. No. I cannot do what Fatash wants. Fatash, you let us ill. You put us in this position. You were the one who got us in this in the first place. I shall not take your advice now. No. Elena, I owe you 2 life debts. Without you, there would be no Sanam. There would be no Nazvok. So I will stay here with these strange people, learn their ways, and perhaps learn yours as well. If you would, Helena, grace me in my dreams as you once did. I am still here for you. And at that, Az lies down on her cot with Sanam by her side and attempts to go to sleep for the first time in a very long time.
It's only been 3 days, not even. The worries of my counterpart and the worries of my mentor have assailed me to think that they cannot take care of some things themselves. Or at least Nellie can take care of her things. She's rather self-sufficient in that matter. I find that surprising. Frankly, every time I see her, I wonder if this is the first decision you've really made, Nellie. If this is the first decision to take in this siren. You and your glorious house have much more than I could ever have, but I'm much smarter than you. Why can't you see this? I'll have to show her more. And yet again, my mentor, he did not cast me out. He did not curse me. He gave me a blessing of the angel. How How strangely compassionate of him to look after my well-being. No, no, he was taunting me. He was taunting me with the power that he has over me, his mystical abilities. The great angel sees how close he is. I know your number. You do not need to show me. You don't need to give me your blessings. You do not need to hold these treats in front of me as if I was a simple animal to be toyed with. I know what I'm doing. I know the Lord has chosen me. I know my own skills. I know when I have my house, you will know my number. The angel will know I will rise in the hierarchy. And you will have a nice house under my estate. These people, the siren, perhaps she is wise. Perhaps she is a bit smarter than I would have given her. Natalie perhaps has seen something in her strange teachings of shy motherhood. Is she thinking about such? It was a strange time. But well, I do believe the sea has granted us a boon, a gift, in the form of this siren, a wonderful jewel to display in front of these humans. Oh, how I love these humans! They're so easy to talk to, so much easier than the orcs and the satyrs are easy to speak to as well. They smell oh so wonderful. I think I'll have more satyr servants in the future. Yes. In time.
If it's okay by you, Elias, I would like to have a small role play between both our characters before my soliloquy. And if it's okay by Nick?
Go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah,
Fine.
okay. So, as Avachov slowly opens his eyes to see the moons of Araman staring back at him, his whole worldview has taken a completely unprecedented change. He looks around, looking. He feels the strains on his body, his mighty body. It must be so well put, so tight that these mere ropes, weak as they are, he then quickly recognizes because he does know of the ways of the body of anatomy. And yes, they have been put in a way where he cannot generate the force with his muscles. They have been able to use cleverness to to get around my great strength. I sighed, as I had never before felt the most horrible agonizing pain inside me, the hate that ogres are cursed with. Now I understand the absolute, complete, it's eating me up. I can feel hate towards myself, hate towards the enforcers, hate towards Sansero. I don't understand. I feel hate. I feel hate towards the Maggie who cast the spell. I feel hate towards my ally. I feel hate towards everyone. And then I try to find an anchor or something inside me stronger than the hate. No, not stronger. I feel the ropes around me and I think maybe not stronger, maybe just weaker, but better distributed. Cleverly aligned, not bruised strength, That technique. I look around. Do I see Tehulix close?
Tulix is nearby, standing as still as if it was indeed a statue, for it hasn't moved in hours. Standing upright, the bow lying on the ground.
I am awake now. Could you please unbind me? If you do, I'm gonna need something from you. The magic did something horrible to me. I praised him, I praised the trolls, I don't know anything about them yet. I thought the ways of the ogre were perverse, for we force ourselves physically among people, but we never do this. My mind has been raped, turned asunder. I feel the great pain and passion and hate of my people like I've never before felt. I've been taken out the only thing that restrained me, and now I just feel hate towards Sanzero. I don't know why. Everything that I know tells me this hate is wrong, and yet it is there, and it's more powerful than any other emotion. Yet there is another emotion, it's weaker, but it's still strong. It's still very strong. It's close to be as strong as hatred, not quite so strong. Just like these ropes are weak, I could chew them, I could destroy each of these pony rows. Yet they are distributed in such a clever way, in a way so specific to anatomy, that they cancel out my strength completely. I see now. I must learn to live without Sanzero. I must learn to live with greater hate than I ever thought was possible. And I think there's could be a way out of it, but let me tell you something I know for sure. Sanzero was not wrong of the Magi. They did this to me. They did that to that man. Unrestrained. The person that spoke to me knew I was being unchained. Sanzero was what chained me, and when he unchained me, he knew I was gonna eat. He knew. He knew the curse of my people, and yet he let that person die needlessly. How could he be so hateful? Now I understand. The Magi are the enemy. The hate for Sanzero is a cursed emotion. The Magi are the enemy. Now that I am unbound by Sanzero, I need to learn to be bound by understanding, by love, by other things I don't want to become. I still hate what other ogres are, and I don't want to become them. But hate is the compass that I have in my mind. Help me. Be more than my ally, be my friend. For we are not now separated in the ways that I was then separated when I saw people as below me for not following Sanzero. Be my friend, help me. Let's destroy the Magi. I must find new bounds. I must find a new way. Will you help me? And if you don't, I will hate you. But if you don't, know this. The Magi are hateful. Destroy all of them. What they did to me. And if you don't unbound me, then I will be forsaken of hate, and kill me now. For I will destroy everything in my path. It is your choice to Holix. Will I be friend or will I be a beast to be put down?
My head moves for the first time in hours. A grinding noise of stone upon stone as I observe your words. That dull silver glow is gone. There are no ghosts around here. Not anymore. Or maybe soon. I look at that bow that I used to slay disease hours ago. I go towards it and pick it up and hold it in my claw. I look towards the orcish symbols upon it.
You're taking time on my round to beat these ropes at any moment, my brute hatred. End me or end my chains, end my bounds, and something. Tremble and I start bashing my head against the floor, and you can see actual the horrible pain and the fuck that shit. You know, it's like some shit is gonna crack, and then I start bleeding and something, and I'm gonna take full Hellgaunt damage because I am actually bashing my fucking head against the floor. Really hard.
I listen to those words as I look upon those various symbols. Symbols speaking of ways to hunt, to gauge the wind, how to aim. And I hear your inner conflict as you scream of release of bond or release of life. I think back to that scene where they use magic in ways I did not know one could. When necromancy puts souls to rest. Just the thought rings in my mind in ways that it shouldn't. An automatic response makes me want to hunt immediately. Chase down every orc and break their skull. But I saw the results. And the results were in Roustian dogma. It was proper, but wrong. And more doubt fills me. I don't know what to do, and now I'm even given another quandary by someone screaming from release. And I take some more steps closer to you, and I look at you in the eyes as you froth and scream and fight against your bound form. And I ponder those words of Roustian thinking and dogma. And I wonder, does this one who has now been touched so by magical might deserve a new life? And as I look towards you, I see the scene change in my own personal vision as I remember old memories. I see myself broken, shattered on that battlefield in the deep and dark forest as I hunted foul prey. And what came to my rescue was something so unexpected, but it left me dumbfounded again. saved by an orc as I hunted contaminated. And now these people again give me even further quandaries by displaying sides of their magic I didn't know existed. Oh, specters of past, why are you haunting me with this indecision? Why is there no clear path? Urshish, why did you do this? Ginnungagap, why did you do this? Glot, why did you do this? Why do these thoughts contradict that? Why do I contradict? I shouldn't contradict. Thoughts should be clear. Why aren't they? Why can't I see that one road in my mind? And my gaze is again focusing upon the frothing bestial ogre in front of me, begging for more release. As I again hold that bow in front of me, and I see the orcish symbols. This gift. Further indecision strikes me as I look upon Avachov. My right claw resting on my quiver pouch.
And with that cliffhanger, we will end session 3. See you all next time.
You wanna